Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, week number 69. Nice. The day after Valentine's Day edition. Let's go. It's time to 69. As I'm, of course, your Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Whew. Welcome one and all to your bi-weekly dose of Korean on Korean action. And here we go. We have our first series of the night. We have our first best of 3, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Chinese Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Lancer. Oh my god. So it's great to see you all once again, of course, here this lovely morning. We were live merely hours ago. We had like an 8-hour cast covering OSC King of the Hill. It was, ay, papi. We made it. We did make it. It was 30 best of ones back to back. And now we are here with the Korean StarCraft League as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. And you know what time it is, papi? Oh my god, it isn't just time for the 69. It isn't just time for that post-Valentine's Day celebration. It is time for the Gamba predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. Coming into this, ByuN is going to be the favorite player, but at the same time, Lancer, he is no slouch. He is the best Protoss in all of China, and he is ready here to face off against ByuN. We've seen Lancer cause upsets before. We've seen him bring down Maru, by the way, in WTL. Can we see it again? I want to believe we can. Here we go. Here we go. We have our initial gate into Cybercore, gate into expand into Cybercore. Standard opener out of Lancer. Meanwhile, across the map, ByuN going to be going for his own racks into Double Gas, which means Faster Factory. Okay, Double Gas opener out of ByuN, going for the Faster Factory instead, and we are going to be more tech heavy, more aggressive, more assertive here to kick things off. When it comes to the bracket, when it comes to the rest of the matches happening here in today's tournament, we'll be going over that after this series. Don't you worry, we'll get into the rest of the bracket, get into the rest of the matches. Until then, though, we're going to be calming things down and focusing on our first round of 16 match. Let's go. Let us go. Ooh, as interesting. We're going to be going to the factory, going Reactor to Reaper here initially. So Reactor to Reaper into Hellion, into Harass and Aggression across the map. We'll see when ByuN does cut Reaper production. Does he make 2? Does he go up to 4? Does he go up to 6? Typically it doesn't happen, but we'll see how hard he does commit. But now the probe is in position to delay the CC, and is being as annoying as possible. We'll delay the command center for a couple of seconds, but the Reapers have arrived, and Lancer is going to be shut down. So when he does expand, he's going to be delayed by like a second, if that. Back at home, Twilight Council opener out of Lancer. Going for the Nexus into Twilight Council into defensive setup here towards Blink. We'll see how many gateways get thrown down as the Reapers move out, and the Reapers, they will not get in. They will not get into the bases here. Stalker will deflect. And it was only 2 Reapers, by the way. Only 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion, so very light commitment early on to the initial aggression, and instead going much faster into the Tech Lab, into the Starport. This can lead into early Cyclone, early Tank, or early Banshee. There's the add-on swap, shows the Banshee. So a very aggressive build here. This has been very trendy over the past couple of months, over the past 6 months, I would say. And there it is, the Banshee is coming. Banshee's on the horizon. Alongside would be tank production as well. Cloak is being researched, very committed here by ByuN to get across the map to get some economic damage, and it's going to be on Lancer to figure out what's going on. Hallucination moves out, and Hallucination should be able to confirm the researching tech lab. Seeing a researching tech lab in years past would signify interference matrix. I say years past, even 2 years ago, a year ago when it was first introduced. Nowadays, less so. Nowadays, again, Raven-based openers, interference matrix-based openers are not really a thing in this matchup anymore. The reason for that is because Robo-based play and Colossus-based openers have died down quite a bit. Referring to Colossus, referring to Phoenix Colossus as well. They're out of the meta. Likewise, so are interference matrix and Raven openers as well. So with that, Lance is fully aware. Robo's on the way, and we should be prioritizing detection. Now, important thing here is that Bunny knows that Lancer knows what's going on. Like, Bunny, he knows he got scouted. He knows that there should be detection for these Cloak Banshees. Bunny has the option to cancel Cloak to try to preserve his resources, but for the time being, he's going to allow it to finish. Very confident play. Very confident play here for Bunny. Instead of harassing, he might actually go for a frontal assault with everything together all at once, the tanks and the Banshees, and if he can snipe that Observer, then the Banshee can still pop up. Speaking of, first Banshee does hit the mineral line, 3 probes going to be going down, the first Observer is out, but not quite in position, just now waddling over. Here comes the main push. And so far, Bunny being very careful here with that Banshee. You can see here distracting Lancer. Pulls away. But so far, 4 workers, good damage. And here comes that main push. Again, he does bring everything together here. He's got 2 tanks, 2 Banshees, good amount of Marines. There is no stim. The main DPS output here is going to come from the tanks and from the Banshees. The Marines are there to buffer. And to snipe the Observer. Armies, they do clash. They'll say charge over the first tank. The first tank is going to go down. And not just the first, the second tank as well. And with that Lancer, he will clean this up. Whew. And cleans up the tanks. And with that, there's not really much left over here. Bunny has to retreat. Again, his reinforcements were just a couple of seconds too late with the 3rd Banshee, with the 3rd tank. And with that, Lancer shuts him down. And mate, we have a back and forth. We survive. Now we gain map control. Lancer gaining map control here. Forcing back Bunny. Bunny moving out with triple Banshee. That's a lot of Banshee. Making his way towards that main. So dips in. Gets 1 probe. Gets 1 worker. Pulls away. Rotating around. Oh, does come across the main army. Cloak will barely save some of the Banshees as they pull back. So far, the Banshees that do survive. I mean, 3 Banshees again. That's a lot of DPS output here. There's a lot of potential for damage. But now pulling away. Bunny has the high ground. He is secure. And Lancer should not be committing here. You can see he's just poking in, just trying to contain his opponent, catch any free units, but doesn't push into the natural or the main. That would be a suicide mission here. Okay, so just updating the YouTube title. Good to go. As here comes the move outs, and now Bunny, he only intends to expand and take his 3rd. He's just getting in position. Hallucination does confirm the 3rd base on the way. Lancer, his own is already up and running. And Bunny does slip in. Not bad, getting another 4 probe kills. Full HP, gets away. There's damage already here. And again, what's important that over time, Bunny has been getting quite a bit done, and he has yet to lose a Banshee, but I may have spoken too soon. Lancer on the hunt. At the same time, dropping into the main. Bunny pulls away. Zalsega drops into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Getting 2 SCVs so far. Ooh, trying to force friendly fire. And 5 SCV kills. SCVs go down. Lancer rolling in. Down the SCVs. Pulls away. Colossus doesn't quite rally in. But again, 7 SCV kills in total, not bad. And from your Lancer, he needs a 4th. The 4th base is late, which is a little bit concerning. He's getting to the splash damage, but he only has 1 Colossus so far, and the move out here could be devastating. Lancer trying to be proactive, but runs into tank fire. Really going to be a distraction. Zelte jumping to the main once again. Not bad. 4 SCVs. Oh, Prism gets away. Yeah, there's no Vikings yet. Vikings are in production. Lancer's main army still sharking around. Now he's got his 2nd Colossus. And Bunny's trying to keep up. keeps on trying. Widowmine goes down. Yeah, the Prism is finally going to be dealt with, and now Bunny can focus on the main push. You know, focus on the main army. Now they're still stuck at home. Stuck building up. Moving out with his Banshees once again. Here comes that second Colossus. Ooh, Lancer even canceling the 4 CC. Happy. Cancels the command center. Containing Bunny. Ghost now on the way. Banshees, they do try to hit that mineral line once again. Sniping a shield battery. Up! But that's our soldiers in position. And finally, one Banshee goes down. Took 10 minutes. One of them does finally fall. As they do try to escape. Bunny's going to be the first to max out. Lancer not too far behind here in the supply. Ooh, meanwhile, Storm just now began. Storm is not ready for this. High Templar, they're gathering energy, but he needs more time. Does need more time. Prism got scattered. Vikings, they reposition. The turret, the Widow Mines, the Vikings as well. That's funny. He breaks out. Lancer, he misses the move out actually. He has nothing in position. Now he knows. Spots the army, he responds. As he responds, Prism into the main. Vikings in position. And he's going for the Nexus. Oh my god, he stems in, takes down the base. Loads up, get the hell out of here. One full medevac goes down, he gets one. Barely doesn't get the other. Meanwhile, the Prism did fall. And with that, Bunny shuts down that War Prism. Lose one Widowmine in the process. Uh-oh. The drops. Oh, the drops! He's gonna get caught out! Up! Up! He sees! He knows! Blink! Blink, Pappy! Oh, gets one! That's 3 full medevacs, by the way. That's a lot of damage here. I should say 2 full medevacs, 1 survived. That's a lot of supply down the drain. Lancer rotating. Ghosts are exposed. They're going to be the first to go down. Massive storm is... Oh my god, the storms! And much better engaged there from Lancer. Oh, bleeding out Zealots though. Storms are good. Ghosts did go down. But is that going to be enough? Zerg got sniped. Lancer running out of storms. Is running out. Bunny's holding. He defends the 4th. And Lancer is down to 3 High Templar. Just now warping them in. Regathering energy. Now that goes up at the field, I do hope that we see some War Prisms here to help at least protect said... Oh, there we go. To protect the said High Templar. Prism has arrived. Oh, Lancer is all over it. In. Takes off a ghost. Black West ready to dive. Ooh, through the EMP. EMP catching the High Templar. Archon gonna get picked up as well. Lancer trying to pull Bunny apart. And he's gonna lose his Colossus as a result. And Bailey will lose it. Bunny coming in for the surround. It comes in from behind. Oh, but who's around 2? Up. Picking up Stalkers. Catches the High Templar, the Colossus as well. Now mainly a Gateway army. Zealots. Stalkers, Immortals, Archons. No splash damage. He's going to try to brute force it. Oh, here comes the Storm though. Yeah, Storm dropped in from the Prism. Boys are being pulled. Nice concave here by Bunny. And Bunny, he's being broken. Yeah, the Storms are too good. The Immortals, they force their way through. GG gets caught, and Lancer takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Lancer does take a lead in the series. Again, Bappy, you can take down Maru, you can take down anyone. And Lancer does bring Bunny to his knees. But alas, it was only game 1. We are still jumping into game number 2. And does this story end here and now for Bunny? Or does he force the ace match? We're here for it. Let's go. As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. We're jumping in. Again, Bunny initially, he did a great job harassing, that is true. Was able to harass, was able to pick off workers here in the bases. But alas, the storms were brutal. We saw so many times. Whenever we had a storm, they would connect, they would eviscerate the ByuN army time and time again. Likewise, Bunny, his initial aggression did fail when he did commit across the map with his tanks. Again, he was, very aggressive overall here in game 1, but he was tempered, he was punished. And Lancer, showing us all why he is the best Protoss in all of China. Arguably the best player currently, actually. True. Arguably the best player. Now that I think about it, I mean, we have Lancer and Coffee, I would say, is top 2. I would say Jeshi just behind them. But I think I would place Lancer above Coffee currently. Here we go. Getting into our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Falcons from the land of South Korea. Down in the series, can he bounce back? It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Protoss player, the red Protoss. Leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from knocking out his opponent. It is Lancer. We go. So we are jumping in. We'll see where this takes us. We shall see. But now we have our initial openers here. As a reminder, last game, Bunny did open up double gas. This led into Banshee play, and I'll be honest, I do think the Banshees did quite well for themselves. They didn't kill Lancer, but they did do a decent amount of economic damage to pay for themselves. They came into play when it came to some of the big engagements as well. This time, do you see what I see? One gas. One gas opener here. So it looks like we're going for something more economic. We're going for the CC instead. So Bunny is calming down after that first game. Calming down, back. Calming down. Says that command center. Behind this, just going for the racks into factory. No 3 racks follow up. And likewise, Lancer going for his own standard opener as well. So we're calming down, Pappy. We're calming things down. Oh, I spoke too soon. Proxy Stargate. Let's go. Cybercore is almost done. Pylon has been placed, and once it's done, we can throw down that Stargate. Again, there's a prime location to send an Oracle right into the mineral line to eviscerate their economy to gain a lead. So still waiting for our resources here. There we go. We have enough. 150, 150, and the starport, the Stargate, I should say, has been placed. And again, this should be for the proxy Oracle. And Bunny, for the time being, is in the dark. And quickly checking. Ooh, okay, so a couple of things. Bunny did 2 things here. No SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout. No SV, no Reaper, so Bunny, he has no idea what's going on. He's in the dark right now. He is going for the Hellion, and this is what he has to rely upon. He has to rely upon that Hellion to get across the map, to scout, to get a read on the tech, or I should say on the lack of tech in the bases. So the Hellion should be scouting. The Oracle's already on the way. Again, this is going to be a delayed scout for Bunny. And in the bases, what does he have to defend? He has Marines amassing. He has Marines at the natural. He has a Wooden Mine being set up here in the main. And there is a chance that the Mine Shell could shut down the Oracle. Hellion is denied. Bunny zoned away. And so far, he has only the 1 Wooden Mine. So single Wooden Mine drop here. And the Oracle is boosting it. As the Wooden Mine is going to move out with the Marines, which means even less anti-air back at home. Here comes the drop. One is at home to defend. What shoots up? What shoots in general? One Marine. There's one Marine to defend. Oracle dives in. SV is going to be going down, and this is going to be some brutal damage. Getting one, getting two, getting up to 3 SCVs. No mining in the main. There's that one Marine here to defend. Just the one. It can be targeted down. As we're just going for more SCV kills. The Marine as well. Reinforcements have arrived. 5 SCVs. The Oracle is out of energy. And we're going for a Phoenix, not a second Oracle. If a second Oracle would come in, we could just kill the Marines and just keep going. But the drop has, he has dropped in. Diving into the main. Gets one probe. Gets two. Gets three. 3 probes going down. Denied mining time. Some nice counter damage here from Bunny. Mine shot goes off, takes down a Stalker. Stalker goes down. Oh my god. And the medevac should be hunted down here. Medevac should fall. Despite that, the target firing 5 probes. Very nice damage. And this Oracle coming back in. It might just be too late. Gets 1 SCV, but only 1. And where are we? Okay. As the dust settles, take a moment here to take stock. So that was 7 probe kills and 7 SCV kills. So we have an even amount of workers going down from both sides. But what I will say is that there was some more lost mine time in the main. True, lost mining time. Likewise, Stalker got picked off. Medevac got hunted down. Again, a pretty close trade overall here. It's pretty back and forth. I don't know if I want to commit to any one player being further ahead. Ooh, Cycle Knock-on is brutal. Lancer's at least maintaining map control with these Phoenixes and Oracles, and Lancer is rushing into a 3rd base. Now, Lancer, he's hoping to try to contain Bunny with the bare minimum. He has 2 Phoenixes and 1 Oracle here, all designed to contain and to keep the Terran player busy here. And he should be, at least until Stim. Once Stim is done, then we'll see what Bunny can accomplish. Oh, Bunny, it's not over. Does move out with his Raven. Forces the recall. Gets 1, gets 2. Gets 2 workers. Not bad. Here comes the main push. Remember, Stim has completed. Revelation gets eyes on the main army. Lancer is aware. Raven going to be hunted down. And I don't see a shield battery at the 3rd. Late shield battery. Late shield battery here from Lancer. But are there enough Marines? Charge isn't on either, but there's plenty here to defend. Even without that shield battery. Takes down the Oracle, goes to the mineral line. Gets a local on the Phoenix. Ooh, doesn't quite get it. There's a Stim. And charge is now done. Yeah, Bunny's gonna be chased down. There are too many Zealots. And Lancer, he holds. He holds, he shuts down the army. Pings up the bio, forces the pickup. He races back. Ooh, likewise, snipes one of the Phoenixes, but again, he doesn't really have much of him to defend. He needs his mine shots. He needs them to connect. Oh, the Winter Mines. Oh, not quite. Yeah, he avoids the mines. The other 2 did connect with the Zealots. Oh. Oh my god. Mine shots going off. Bunker is done. Behind this, no tanks. And Lancer could actually break this location. But as time goes on, we have more Winter Mines, more reinforcements. Bunny is securing himself. Bunny does zone Lancer away. As we do see the proxy being dealt with at the same time. Zealots denied the 3rd, but not enough anti-air. I mentioned Zealots denied the 3rd base, not Stalkers. CC does survive, and Bunny expands. Whew, okay, it was an intense moment here, but a Lancer backs off. He did miss his window of opportunity, I believe, before the Winter Mines had arrived. And now Bunny, he holds on to the third. He now can expand. Lancer back at home, taking his own fourth. Keeping up economically. And from here, we should be working towards Storm, or at least some kind of splash damage. Speaking of, there we go, Robo and the Temple Archives. Storm is on the way. Nice target firing out of Bunny. Chases down those 3 Zealots. Scans the time. Does split the 4th. Bunny, he needs to be active like this. He's catching out a couple of Zealots. Catches out a Adept. Not bad. Lancer just spot him. Bunny, he will back up. Oh! Bleeding out some Marauders. That's going to be 1, 2 Marauders going down. Lancer pulling away. Still building up more Zealots. Oh my god. The Zealot count, Bobby. Yay. And here comes Storm. Being chronoed as we speak. That's all the missing link here for Lancer. Bunny does spot the army, stims in, going for the expansion. Oh, the mine shots. Oh! These connections. One of mine does connect. Zealots are coming from behind. They collapse on the army. And once again, Lancer, he shuts this down. He does force the army back. Whew. And Storm, it's completing. We made it. He made it, Pappy. He made it to Storm. Finishing up in 10 seconds. Taking gases, throwing down static defense. And now that the Robo is done, we can also start seeing a bay into Colossus production. It's almost there. It's one of those things where Bunny has a large army, that is true, but May Storm doesn't care about the size of your army. Oh. Storm on the Marauders, it cares about that. Nice snipe here on the High Templar. Well, the Marauders, they can take a Storm to the face. Snipes the High Templar. Is keeping up. And yo, a big shout to Pig in that. Thank you so much, Pig. Thank you so much. El Chanchito, man. Thank you so much, Chad. We appreciate the support. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session or cast as well. Hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League. Welcome to the 69th edition. Nice. The, I guess, day after Valentine's Day edition. Or, I guess still Valentine's Day in some areas of the Americas, of the world. True. But we're here in the early rounds. And again, Lancer's been looking good here. Again, he has to take the mantle of Oliveira as the best player in China. And so far, doing well. Zealots, they threaten us around. But he's going to be forced back. Unable to gain ground, and as time goes on, Lancer, that splash damage is building up. Now we have a second Robo. The bay is on the way for Colossus. As of now, Lancer's been relying on purely Storm and charge lots. He has had no pushing power. He's been stuck at home. That will soon change. Bunny gonna be the first to max. Does move in. Shows those EMPs. Picking up some Stalkers. Nice EMP here on the main army. And this is still just 1 High Templar. Uh-oh. That I'm not so sure about. Just 1 High Templar here for Lancer. It is risky. Colossus on the way. And Lancer rotating over. The base is exposed. Just an awkward angle of attack here for Lancer. Prism goes down. Storm coming in. Nice EMP, but there's still a Storm. So 1 Storm left. Despite that, the mine shots are brutal. They have massive connections. Storm zones away. That was all the Lancer had left. Just the 1 Storm, but the Colossus, they're still seconds away from finishing. He needs more time. It's a little bit more time here. But Bunny, he backs off. He backs off. Lancer holds. Bunny behind this, taking more bases, getting a 5th. 5th base on the way. And the Colossus, they have arrived. Have arrived just in time. The Ghost getting exposed. 2 Ghosts going down. The Viking count gets reset. And without Vikings, these Colossus, they can just reign supreme. And they have their way with the Bio. The Archons are going to be going down, though. We're running out of Zealots. Colossus looking that much more exposed. Bunny stems in. Nice EMP. And can he get on top of the Colossus? He can. Oh, he cannot. Never mind. Oh, no. One Colossus barely goes down. And Bunny, he has barely done it. Doesn't really have much of an army left standing. But he's pushing in. Does barely break through. Takes down the final Colossus. That final EMP with the Marauders. And we're going to the ace match. We're going to the ace match here. Bunny, he has broken Lancer. Despite the Colossus rolling in, there should be too much. And Bunny with the Sim, with the Snipe, takes the Colossus down. And here in the first series of the night, we get a game 3. Let's go. We get a game 3 as Lancer tries to evacuate, but he will lose every single probe. And there's no escaping this. And GG gets called. Bunny ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3. Oh my god, again, Lancer, unfortunately, again, he didn't really have, despite, relying on Storms for so much of that game, towards the end, he didn't quite have any left. He was forced to morph in Archons, had the one zoning Storm, relying on the Colossus, and barely didn't have enough there to hold on. It was still close, still quite intense, and this could still go either way. This could still go either way here. As we're jumping into game number 3, it's going to be on El Dorado. Let's go. Jumping into El Dorado. Just catching up. He has had more sleep than you. I'm celoso, baby. I'm celoso. Oh, no. Yeah, we just wrapped up with our 8-hour cast a couple of hours ago, like 7 hours ago, I want to say. Before this cast, I should emphasize. Now we're here with KSL, and we have 2 more casts tonight. We have the KSL for the time being. Later on tonight, we're going to be casting a show match series in StarCraft Evolution, and then after that, we're going to be covering the Fire Cup as well. So bam, we've got 3 casts. I guess kind of 4, like 3 to 4 casts today. Let's go. Oh, the StarCraft. That's how we do on the CranKy Ducklings, man. Let's go. Calling it the 69th is absolutely appropriate. 100%, 100%. You're all animals. You're pigs. No. Bunny's being very careful, which I typically don't associate with Bunny. Well, Bunny was hyper aggressive in game 1, and he got punished for it. Like, he got punished hard for that aggression in game 1. So he has been tempered throughout the course of this series. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado. We have the blue Terran player from South Korea, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from land of China, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Lancer. We go. Again, so far we have had an intense back and forth, but we have seen Bunny burying it up. For those that weren't here, game 1, Bunny did go for a double gas opener into Mass Banshee. I say Mass Banshee into Triple Banshee to harass across the map to commit to an early tank push. He got punished, he got completely shut down, and Lancer took a lead from there. In game 2, we had a more macro approach out of Bunny instead, going to a faster natural. Into that back and forth against the Zealot heavy style of Lancer. And now we're here. We've reached the ace match. Lancer checking for a proxy. Making sure there's no racks. Does make sure. Pulls back. Standard opener. Gate Cyber into Nexus. If he evolves, what will his niche be? He'll just be a better player. Oh my god. He'll be crazy. We're big fans of Bunny here. Big CJ Entus fan, I should say. So players like Bunny, herO, Shin, ByuN. All the ex-CJ boys. Big fan. Young, true. So now, workers have arrived, forcing the unnatural, or forcing the misplaced expansion here from Bunny, being a little bit annoying. Of course, we'll be able to lift, we'll be able to re-land, reposition. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice, a Robo Opener. Interesting. You don't see this too often. A very safe opener here out of Lancer. I mean, I say safe. There are a couple different approaches here. With a Robo Opener, you can get a safety immortal early on if you believe your opponent's being hyper-aggressive, and this can lead into early Colossus production with an earlier Robotics Bay. So it can lead into the Bay, it can lead into the Colossus. The downside, of course, is that you're going to be lacking map control, as you're going to be lacking Stalkers or Phoenixes, which will be provided to you with a Twilight Council or Stargate Opener. So typically much more defensive here. You can be somewhat active with a War Prism Opener. True, you can get like a Prism and you can try to harass across the map. But it is a lot more limited compared to the other options you have available to you. Compared to the other tech options, I mean. As the depths are going to be forced back. We have a Reaper Hellion, one, a Reaper falls. Up, he wants the other. Won't quite get it though. Bunny pulls away, shuts the Adept down, and has gained map control. Bunny's moving out. Behind this, going for a 1-1-1. Early tank production. No add-on swap into the Banshee, not this time, but very early tank. And this should lead into an early push. Meanwhile, Lancer is going for the initial War Prism. Does fully wall up. Locks down the Hellions. Reapers, they bust into the mineral line. And there's not much of them to defend. Just one Adept and one Sentry. Gets two workers. Reaper dives in. Gets a scout of the tech. Sees the Robo and gets another probe. 3 probe kills. Not bad. 3 workers go down. Hellion's going to be forced back. It is going to be a 3-gate setup. And here comes that Prism. Prism making his way towards the main. Bunny at the same time. He's going to be going for his Hellion drop even. Okay. Hellion towards the main. Lancer is supply blocked. He actually can't make anything. Oh. Yeah, big supply block here. Pylons are on the way. But he cannot warp in. Cannot reinforce. So 3 Stalkers is all you get. And now a second pylon as well. Bunny's ready a drop. Stalkers, they slip in. Gotta be shut down. Oh my god. This Prism takes a lot of hits. The Hellions, they make their way to the mineral line. Getting a volley up. Just the one volley. Falling back. Lancer getting stuck at home, just now going into his own Forge and Twilight Council. Again, this tech is delayed because of the initial Robo. And so far, the Robo Opener has been very lackluster. He does have the early Observer, true, and he had the Prism at least to harass, but hasn't really dealt too much damage here. So it hasn't been as worth it. Now going to charge, +1 armor. I mean, this is Lance's go-to style, very Zealot heavy, into Storm. I mean, hey, it's how you beat Maru, true. Here's how he beat him. It's how he beat Bunny in game 1. As Bunny is building up, waiting for his upgrades. He shouldn't really be pushing here without Stim. So we have Stim, Combat Shields, +1, all on the way. Likewise, Lancer working towards his own splash damage. Temple Archives into Storm. Alongside a third. So both players are calming things down. We're building up. Bunny working towards his Stim timing. Lancer working towards Storm. And of course, Mass Zealot. Bunny going for the initial drop. Stalkers, they do intercept. Not bad, picking up the Marines. Up! Oh, and almost catching the medevac as well. And looks like he will be able to force the unload. Yeah, medevac goes down. The Marauders, the control. Oh, we'll lose 1 Stalker. But outside of that, a much better trade here for Lancer. Shuts down the drop. Bunny moving out with most of his army. This time more committed. Does move out. Avoids his Onaga. Moving towards that third. At the same time, Lancer threatening a dive. Threatening a counterattack. Oh, the third base is exposed. The army's not in position. Storm is not ready. And Storm's still seconds away. Denies the warp in. Widowmines is going back to the army as well. The Nexus is going to go down. Massive pickup. Trying to bait out those Widowmines. It's too little too late. Nexus does fall. And Bunny drops into the main. Drops into the natural even. Going for the mineral line. Probe's going to be falling. Storm is now done. Nice Storm. Nice feedbacks. Takes down the medevacs. But the damage has been dealt. That's 12 probes and a base. And the third. You know, the Prism wasn't quite able to be active. Bunny taking a lead. His own third TC is already done. Soon to be landed on location. Bunny's looking secure. He's looking solid. Lancer, he can still bring this back. He can still claim a better fight, especially with Storms. That's true. But that's only if Bunny moves out. And right now, there's no reason. Like, Bunny, he has a lead. All he has to do is just chill, take a third base, build back up. Saturate and wait for Lancer to push into him. That is what's happening here. The pressure is on Lancer. Oh, he does spot the Widowmines. Does spot them. Storm zone. Besieging up. Going for a storm job. Let's go into the mineral line. They reaction. Very late. 11 SCV kills. Very nicely done. Oh no! Only if we can get away. As it looks like we won't be able to. Massive pick off to our Templar and the War Prism. Was good damage, don't get me wrong, but did come at a price. Was expensive. And Bunny still up 40 supply. Moving out. Going for the fourth. That observer still has not been found. Oh. Let's get another Widowmine. Bunny should be where there is an observer somewhere. As the fourth base is going to be cancelled. Massive pickoff. Lancer out of position. There's a scan. Spots the observer. Finally. Does find it. Bunny pulls away. Bleeds out a couple of Marauders. Nice catcher from Lancer. Catches 3. 3 Marauders going down. Last Lancer still needs more time. Again, his economy has been stifled. Late third base, late fourth as well. Now going to double Colossus production, but Bunny, he's going to be the first to max. First to max out. And move out as well. Nice Storm. Storm connects, but High Templar gets caught out. Another Storm! And Bunny just runs through it. Doesn't even care. Takes down the Archon. Those 2 High Templar. Lancer falling back. And right now the pressure's on Lancer to get some kind of harassing damage. I mean, we saw the Storm drop earlier, which was initially relatively successful. It was, it was nice initially. Then we lost a Prism. But whether it's a Zealot drop, another Storm drop, another counterattack, whatever Lancer can do to just buy time and deal some economic damage and slow Bunny down. But it might be too late at this point, as Bunny is at 200 supply. He's maxed. And he should be pushing. He's reaching his final form. Lancer's still not quite there yet. He's got 10 high... Okay. He's got 10 High Templar. That's going to be at least 10 Storms. Pushing in is not going to be easy. We'll see if Lancer can buy time. He's catching up with the supply. Plenty of High Templar. From here, Bunny should be taking up, working towards Liberators, working towards Liberator range. Another expansion. Another. Moving out. They'll snipe 1 High Templar. There's still 9 left. And they are moving in. Ooh. Massive Storm with the Ghosts. Another Storm as well. Is that 2, 3 Ghosts going down? Oh my god, so many Ghosts actually. And brutal losses there for Bunny. That was 6 Ghosts falling. Another Storm. Oh my god, the Storms are brutal. Lancer, he's breaking through. Yeah, the Storms are insane. Almost resets the Ghost count. Very strong fight here for Lancer. And Bunny, he has to back off. He has to retreat. He cannot fight this head on. Not anymore. Pappy, just give Lancer 10 High Templar. He can pop off. He's got 5 left. Did cost him half of his High Templars. Down to 5. High Templar remaining. There we go. Warp more. We're now warping in. Let's threaten the move out. I mean, Bunny, he has to lick his wounds. He has to build back up. We spoke earlier about those Liberators, and we're not quite there yet. Focusing on his Vikings. There we go. There's that Fusion Core. That's for Liberator range. He's working on it. But this feels late. Like, it feels like we could have started taking in this direction a little bit sooner. As a result, Lancer is back in this. He's back in this game. Did stumble his way to the mid game, but we got here. And now we're maxed out. We're getting up to a 5 base economy. Oh, nice EMP. He does connect. Storm's going to be zoning. Does zone Bunny away. Takes over this old Naga. Trying to keep over the rotation. Trying to. Lancer moving in. There's 3 High Templar in that Prism. Brutally. Oh my god, the EMPs! Yeah, he shot down most of the High Templar. Massive connections. But now there's 4 Colossus. And they've rained down on the army. Oh my god. Another Storm pops off. Lancer has to calm down. Getting down to 8 High Templar. That EMP was insane. So there's 4 left with the main army. The others are back at home to defend. But Lancer backs off. Lancer backs off, and now here come the Freedom. The Freedom, it's coming. The Freedom is almost here. Liberations on the horizon. Size 4 takes out 1 Colossus. Good position here with the Vikings. Lancer gets caught out. Yo, we have a nuke on the way as well. Let's go. Getting to the nuke. Plus 3 ship weapons. Advanced ballistics as well. Is of course Liberator range. Working on that range. Liberators are scouted. And typically at this point, we'd be seeing a transition from Lancer into Sky Toss. But now catch out the libs. He gets 1, he gets 2. Gets 3. Massive pickoffs. Storming the Vikings. Vikings, they send in the storms. Oh my god. No, he stands in everything, and every single Viking going to be going down. Massive storms. Massive connections. And the Colossus, they're still standing. the Colossus are still here. Vikings, they just took everything to the face. That was how many? That was what? 12. 12 Vikings going down. Oh my god. Lancer not quite able to push in. But now up to 4 Colossus. And now there's no Vikings. Ooh, yeah, Brutal Storm. Brutal Storms. 2 on the main force. And Lancer, he rotates. Does rotate over. I mean, he knows how well that fight went. Gets onto the high ground. Zells I peel up into the mineral line. And they came to the production. At the same time, Zells they go for the planetary as well. Late reaction, late repair. Planetary does go down. Massive pickup. Takes down a base. Looking for the main army. Zells is still keeping the army busy. Yeah, and Bunny's getting pulled apart. Liberator's going down. Ghosts, Marauders. He just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Not after that massive fight went the way of Lancer. Ooh, pushing into freedom. Not ideal. Yes, respect those liberation zones. Oh no! Rallying in. Okay. Pulls back. Does pull back. Lancer panicking a little bit there. He stormed his own army. Okay, calm down. Calm down, Lancer. I built up towards 5 Colossus. And how many Vikings are there? 2. 2 Vikings for Bunny. He's heavily reliant here on Liberators instead. Oh. Just moving out. Going for the nuke across the map. I imagine that's what the Ghost is for, to nuke. Oh my god, meanwhile, massive DT counterattack. The win. Nice snipe on the High Templar. Nuke on the center base. DTs, they came to production. And Del says to notice. He does it! He doesn't notice! The nuke! Up! What do we connect with? Oh my god. 16 probes. Entire middle line goes down. Massive connection. Ghost revives as well. Took the nuke to the face. Now the Ghost gets found. Ghost is found out. Across the map, 13 SCVs go down. Yo, give Lancer 6 DTs. He'll do the equivalent damage of a nuke. Hey, 6 DTs, that is a nuke. Takes down the mineral line. CCs are denied. Once again, Bunny out of position. This is 21 workers falling. And Lancer is still in the driver's seat. There's still a DT left over. Finally cleaned up. The army prism goes down. Ooh, no storm. That was a blundered assault there from Lancer. Did not unload the High Templar. Did not storm. He's running out of storms actually. Down to 3 High Templar. None with the main army. No storms left. Rotating over. Yo, that's another nuke. Do we have one? Yeah. Has another nuke. Loaded up. He's locked in. Oh my god. This time not going for the economy. Nuking behind the army. Uh-oh. First Colossus goes down. Does pull away. Another Colossus is going to be falling. And the nuke will connect. Whew. Alas, the army was a little bit too late. Ideally, he was trying to zone the army into the nuke. That would have been crazy. Barely doesn't work out. As now Bunny does permanent supply. Liberators are exposed. But Bunny, he has this. And Liberation has arrived. Massive storm in the army. But it may not matter. The Vikings, they land. Cells, they come in from behind. And with those reinforcements, Bunny is being cleaned up. Forced to pick up, forced to pull away. Still a very close fight. But now there's no more splash damage and no more storms. Just rushing to Liberation. And Bunny, he's done it. He barely breaks through. Oh my god. A very intense game, very back and forth. GG gets called, and Bunny will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played, Bunny. He will claim the series, will advance on, but again, very, very close. And I'll be honest, Lancer had some very strong moments himself. There is a world where Lancer claims the series instead, but Bunny did barely pull through. Whew. Again, Lancer just took some rough fights. Again, he didn't replenish his High Templar. If you recall, a big blunder for Lancer, as you mentioned, was when he pushed in towards the tail end of the game. When he moved in and we lost his Prism, he lost 2 High Templar without storming a single time. Those were his final High Templar as well at the time. And GG. GG, well played. Bunny will claim the series, and let's follow Bunny into the next round. Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? As we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Whew, oh my god, okay. As the bracket has been progressing. We have some catching up to do. From the top, we have herO. herO takes down Ateshi 2-0. That was a PvP. Shout out to Ateshi, of course, as he is... There we go. As Ateshi is more of a StarCraft Evolution player, so he gets brought down by herO. Creator takes down Trigger. Big win for Creator. Takes down Trigger 2-0 up against herO in the next round as the PvPs continue. Scrolling down, we have ByuN. ByuN takes down Rebellion. Zaun takes down his opponent, and we have ByuN versus Zaun in the second round. Honestly, that's a spicy PvT. Best of luck to both ByuN and Zaun. That could go either way. We actually recently casted a show match between them. The Inky Pro Series, which I believe went all the way to the Ace match, was a best of 9, if I recall correctly. So crazy. Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm thinking of the Fairy Cup. There we go, Fairy Cup, best of 7 between ByuN and Zaun. Did go the way of Zaun, just barely. Scrolling on down, we have Dark. Dark took down Triple, and we have our next series. It's going to be Dark versus Bunny in the quarterfinals. Let's go. Dark versus Bunny. Beautiful. From here, scrolling down, we have Cure. Cure takes down Mute 2-0. Classic takes down Percival. We have Cure versus Classic in the next round. Basically, purely PvTs and PvPs. The reason why we did jump on Bunny versus Lancer is because it leads into Dark. We wanted to cover at least a little bit of Zerg here tonight, as unfortunately in this KSL, there is no Shin and there is no Solar. Dark, he is the last Zerg player in the tournament, and we'll see how far Dark can go. We shall see. Vetoes are underway, and we're getting ready for that next series. Just catching up. The Wikipedia is up. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the back yourselves. Do you have that command for those that are curious? We need more late night streams. Oh no. I mean, we do stream regularly at around this time zone, this time slot. We usually stream twice a day. Oh, sorry, I should say we cast twice a day. Usually we have one that's a little bit more European friendly and the other which is more NA friendly. So depending on where you are out there, we typically have something for you on the channel every single day on a daily basis. Or otherwise there are days like this where we have like 4 casts today, like 3 to 4. It's like all the StarCraft, all the casting. Let's go. Here we go. As we are jumping into our next series, vetoes are done, and game 1 is going to be once again on El Dorado. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player representing himself. We have the last Zerg player in the tournament. It is Dark. the one and only. And if you're in the chat, get your gambler going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I would say that Dark is favored here against Bunny, but that is also, I'm referring to maybe a couple of months ago. I would be a lot more confident in that statement. Nowadays, Dark, he has been less active. He hasn't been competing as much, hasn't been practicing as much. Again, Dark, he has spoken about how military service is looming over the horizon. That is the reason why Dark left his team. Dark, he is no longer on Talon Esports, and likewise is getting ready here for that military as well. Is getting ready for it. So we get, basically what I'm getting at, we have to cast Dark while we can. as much as we can, while we can. All the Dark. As it looks like we're going to be opening up gases here. It's going to be a hatch pull into a third hatchery. So very greedy play here by Dark. This is something that Dark and many top Zerg players are very fond of, depending on the map. What I'm getting at here, this gases opener can be quite risky. Can be risky because the downside is no link speed. No link speed here to defend early on, so you are vulnerable to Hellion dives. But on a map like El Dorado, I mean, how do you harass, how do you get Hellions here to the space without mining through the patches yourself? So Dark, he has to focus on purely defending this ramp. Just purely defending this ramp here. This will protect his third base, so we can get away with purely Sim City and Queens. You can get away with delaying your gas. So gases opener here by Dark, very greedy. You can also do this similarly on Neon Violet Square, on Abyssal Reef, and on King's Cove. These are all maps that likewise have a very narrow choke point at the natural that you can wall off and defend very easily, and just focus on Queen rotations instead. So depending on the map, this is more viable. If you're out there, if you're a Zerg player, if you're like, yo, I want to play like Dark, I want to go gasless, don't do it on like Whispers of Gold. Don't do it on Whispers. Don't do it on Ultra Love. Like, there are certain maps where it's illegal pattern, but it is legal here. So very map dependent. Reaper dips in. So far, Dancing with the Lings gets one. One link does go down, and Bunny pulls away. Does pull away. Back at home, we have our third CC in production, so it's going to be 3 CC into Starport. Economic opener here out of Bunny. I'm assuming it's going to be 3 CC into the Starport and not a second rack, so we'll keep an eye on Bunny. As Reaper dips in, and so far, Dark, he's holding on. And there it is, Starport is on the way. So standard economic opener here by Bunny. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Bunny does rotate. So far, Dark again, he's keeping up, but he at least confirms the third. Does deny a little bit of mining time, but not much more than that. As Bunny is forced back, is zoned away. Away. Bunny likewise poking in. Here comes that Overlord Scout. Dark, he will confirm the opener. Gets eyes on the 111 and also confirms that there is no add-on here on the Starport. So there is no Banshee. Instead, it's going to be earlier stim into Viking Liberator Harass. Okay. Now, typically when you go gasless, because link speed is so late, you just skip it. You just skip link speed entirely, and we're going into roaches instead. Roach horns on the way. Until then, though, we're diving into the mineral line. Drones, they pull back. One drone goes down. So far, good defense here by Dark. He does shut down the Hellions. The Queens were in position. Dark was ready. Goes back to mining. Roach Warren is almost done. Now, just because the opener is Roach-based doesn't mean it has to be purely Roach Ravager from here. We could see in the mid-game Dark then start to invest into Link Speed, into Banelings, and then go into Roach Ravager Link Bane. Otherwise, this could be Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker. That is also a viable tech path here for Dark if he goes into +2 range. As W Chamber are going to be on the way. Liberator into the main. Will threaten. Will siege. So far, Dark is keeping up and he doesn't take any losses. Likewise, Hellions once again, they do threaten the third. Oof. Eva Chamber is going to be denied. Drone's going to be going down. Not bad, he gets 7. 7 workers going down, and most of the Hellions do make it out alive. Yeah, very nice run by here by Bunny. Very nice drive by. Losing 1 Hellion for 7 drones. And he's not done. He rotates once again. Looking for another opening. Again, it's not easy opening castles like this. As the Eva Chamber is thrown down this time. Does wall off. Oh my god, despite that, more drones going to get roasted. Getting another 4. It's going to be a one-way trip here. He commits, he dives. He gets another 5. Oh. Getting another 6. Can we get 7? Oh, not quite. As Hellions are cleaned up, all in total here, we've lost 15 workers. An entire mineral line worth of drones have gone down. That is brutal damage. That is devastating. Thankfully, Dark has the gold. The gold base does make up for that. Oh no! As Dark, he allows the Eva Chamber to complete. Has to be killed. Has to be brought down. And again, the gold base is allowing Dark to sustain some of these losses. He's making up for it. Meanwhile, there is that link speed upgrade. 1-1 on the way here with the Eva Chambers. But as we mentioned, one of the options is to go from Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker. And based on the tech, there it is. Hydrogen has been thrown down. Infestation Bit into Hive, into Lurkers. Not into Ling Bang. Not yet. As Bunny, he's establishing his 3rd. This entire time, Dark has been defending. Like, he's had no map presence whatsoever. No Ling run-bys, no Roach counterattacks. Again, just because of the build of choice. I mean, he has no way to be active. Roach speed is just over halfway done. Meanwhile, nice snipe catching 2 of the queens. And 2 queens go down. Oh, the medevacs, they overextend, and a full medevac goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Bunny getting too greedy here. He had a very strong start, but suddenly not as worth it. Full medevac goes down. Bunny getting to his 4th CC. Dark, he's claiming another gold. Again, with all these gold bases, Dark, he can sustain some of these losses. It's okay. It's okay. He likes it, buddy. He likes it. And the Hydras are amassing. No Lurker Gen yet. The Hive has completed. We should be seeing some Vipers, some Spellcasters. Bunny sneaking up here towards the top side. Gets another Queen. Gets a Queen, gets an Overlord. Bunny pulls away. And there's that Lurker Den. Lurker Den has been thrown down. And we'll see how Bunny can deal with this. Like, for the time being, sure, Bunny's been left alone. I do think this 4th base is late. Considering that Bunny has been left to his own devices the entire time, we could have been a little bit greedy here to take a faster expansion. Just now being taken. Dark is going to be the first to max out. Now, bearing in mind, Dark has an inflated supply with all these roaches, so not the most efficient army. And pushing into tank lines is not going to be easy. Not without Vipers. Viper production has begun. Darky rotates over. Tanks are within range. Roaches, they have to back up. Oh, going for the tank. Yeah, tank is late to siege. Tank does go down. Dark once again getting behind the mineral line, avoiding most of the tanks. Pushing towards the 3rd base. Bunny out of position, has to rotate. CC goes down. Was that a kill? That was a kill in the CC. Roach Hydra pushing in, takes down another tank. And if you notice, Dark, he lost all of his roaches. And it's, oh no! Oh, gets 2 full medevacs. Oh my god. Dark, calm down. But as soon as Dark lost the roaches, he backs off. He backs off and he's replacing that with Lings instead. So Ling Hydra into Lurker. Dark successfully trading out his roaches. Gets rid of them. So that's a couple left. Wants to get rid of those as well. But Dark, he's refining his army, and I believe the Vipers have arrived. There are 2 Vipers full of energy. They have made it. Alright, once again, skirting around the edge of that sensor tower. Tanks do siege. It's a lot of tanks. Once again, Dark trying to trade. Viper's going to be so crucial here. Here come the lightning clouds. He gets one, he gets two. Two lightning clouds, but despite that, just don't have no supports. And not enough wings. Hydras are going down, and Bunny, he's breaking through. He breaks through the defensive line. Oh my god, Dark, he stuck around too long. That was not the fight he wanted to take, losing so many Hydras. And Bunny, he's breaking through. He's breaking Dark. Dark trickling in. Gets one tank. Forces a bit of friendly fire, but again, not good enough. Not good enough from Dark. And despite the lurker attack, he never made any. We now have 2 lurkers, 3 lurkers on the way, but it's too little too late. Goal base is going to be denied. Bunny can keep pushing. Tank line is a little bit far back. Yeah, there we go. It's repositioning, pushing forward. Bunny's gaining ground. There are some lurkers in position. Tanks late to siege. Oh, gets one. Takes down one tank. Yeah, but Bunny, he's looking secure. And there's only one Viper left. Oh no! One Viper remaining. Gets one yoink. Gets two. The yoinks are good, but Bunny, he's maxed. At the same time, Dark going for a massive counterattack, where he's trying to, hoping to distract Bunny. Bunny does not want to turn around. And the Lings, they delay a CC. Mining is being denied. This is good damage, but not going to be good enough. So here comes our first blinding cloud. But the siege line is solid. And the Hydras, they fall one after the other. Dark, he just cannot engage into this. He's going to try. Oh, no. He gets one tank. Just the one. Across about 23 SCV kills. Not bad. Does cripple the economy. Again, that was what? 2 lurkers. Oh, my God. That was 2 lurkers. And a handful of Hydras. Dark achieving so much with so little. He's holding on. Taking more bases, double expanding. Bonnie, he's losing momentum. Another yoink. Takes down 2 tanks. Let's catch all those tanks. Goal base at full. What's important here is that this army is getting smaller. Bonnie, he's bleeding out key units here. And Dark is mass expanding. Dark, he's sustaining himself. Bonnie, after losing 20 SCVs, he never did rebuild them. I mean, he has no other base. Another tank goes down. Dark just picking Bunny apart here. He's at a couple of lurkers, though. In general, the lurker line here is still quite strong. And again, we just need a couple of liberators here to harass. Whether it's liberators, whether it's drops. I mean, again, Bunny can't really sustain or support replenishing his army with that limited economy. Just one more lurker. Oh! This one Viper's been putting a little work. Finally, it goes down. Viper gets sniped. Back at home, Bunny secure. There we go. We have another CC on the way. Bunny looks like he's finally broken this position. Or has he, though? There's more lurkers. The lurkers coming in. Catching a reinforcing tank. A couple of ghosts as well. And Bunny, he abandons his position. Tanks are exposed. 2 of them going down. Liberation has arrived, though. Uh-oh. There's not many Hydras. Not enough Hydras. Bunny, he maintains his position just barely. And where's the anti-air? There's one Hydra. There's too much freedom. It's too much freedom here. Yeah, lurkers are falling one after the other, and Bunny, he's done it. Oh my god, despite that, there's still that one lurker harassing across the map, just being so annoying. Yeah, the snipes are brutal. Down to 2, down to 1, down to 0. 0 lurkers remaining. And all these bases are going to fall. That one lurker putting in a lot of work. So it finally does go down. And Darky just cannot engage into this. Now the question becomes, does Bunny keep pushing towards the natural, or does he rotate? Does he rotate towards the fresh mining bases? How does Bunny approach this? I mean, it's tempting, because if you can break the natural, you can end the game, right? You can just straight up end the game. If you can get into that natural base. Yeah, he's going for it. He does reinforce. He's going to keep pushing. At the same time, Dark going for a counterattack. Gets one of the Liberators. Gets one. Denies more mining. Hit SCV kills. Oh my god, Bunny just doom dropping into the main. He avoids the lurkers. Does avoid. Yeah, the ramp is under control here of the Terran. And he has gone for the kill. He's gone for the tech. We have the lurker den, the Hydra den, the hive as well, the infestation pits. Everything's in the main, and everything's going to go down. Back at home, Bunny, he defends, and he attacks. Yeah, just expensive losses here for Dark. Trying to force his way through. Takes down some of the lurkers. Sorry, some of the ghosts, I mean. Takes down the CC as well. Oh, but the SCVs! Oh my god! 21 SCV kills. Not a clean defense here out of Bunny, losing 24 SCVs. He pulled the boys into the lurker. He was crazy. Oh my god, he's down to 28 workers. No shot. No shot. As again, the individual lurker harass doing so much here. Getting 28 SCVs, which is most of the economy. Liberators there overextend. Yeah, they siege up a little bit too far out. Oh my god. A bit of miscontrol as well. Bunny is falling apart. Yeah, he's falling apart. The lurker harassing continues. Again, just a handful of lurkers. Bunny can't handle it. He's cracking under the pressure. He's cracking. Oh no. Bunny. We had this game. He abandons the main. Hydrogen was rebuilt. Oh. Jumping towards the mining bases here. I mean, Bunny, he never scattered top left. He doesn't know. He's not fully aware. Jesus, that's a lot of ghosts. It's an expensive army. He can't afford to lose this. Has to pull out. Oh, there's a large. He gets one. Oh, takes out everything. Oh my god, Bunny. He lost everything. GG gets called. And Dark, he will take game number 1. GG. Bunny. GG, well played. Bunny, he was doing so well this game. Breaking the goal base, breaking the southern expansions, diving into the main. But again, the pressure became a little bit too much, making a lot of mistakes there towards the end. He was just torn apart by all the lurker harass, of course. It was like 5 lurkers in total. Likewise, did overextend into the natural with his liberators, and in the end, lost every single ghost in that doom drop. Ay. Oh my god. Dark. The tenacity. Never gave up. Never really cracking a sweat, really. He was fine, but copium. Totally in control. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Dark takes a lead. Dark does take a lead. And we're getting into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Amygdala. Let's go. Poor Bunny got discombobulated. He did. Catching up. Bunny losing 20 SCVs just meant more army. Copium. Ah. But yeah, Dark, the tenacity, just never giving up. Never losing faith. Ah. The mental fortitude. Crazy, papi, crazy. And here we go. We're getting to our next game, getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. Again, looking so good in that last game, but it did slip through his fingers. Can he bring it back? Can he force the ace match? I hope he can. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player from South Korea, the Pappy himself, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. Let's go. Let us go. Again, shout out to Dark. I think it was last week where he posted an image of his daughter, and he got his daughter a Zergling onesie. Got her a onesie. So he's got a little Zergling, like, scurrying around the house. Ah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love that, I think in the photo, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Dark had the Zergling slippers for scale. Those are squad of Zerglings, including his daughter. Love to see it. Yeah, that's what he's here for. What's he fighting for? He's fighting for his family, papi. Let's go. Let's go. Out here fighting for his family. Will never give up. Whew. And let us calm down. This time, standard opener, hatch gas pool. As a reminder, last game, Dark, he was cutting corners, so he was being greedy. He went for a gasless opener. This time, going for a standard hatch gas pool into link speed. So this time, he's not going to be rushing to roaches. He could still play roach in the mid game. Don't get me wrong. You know, Dark is a roach boy, 100%. But for now, he should be going to link speed and into a more standard back and forth in the early game. Again, we mentioned before how this kind of gasless style is very map dependent on maps like El Dorado, like Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, King's Cove. Here on Amygdala, it is far more risky just because of the size of the map, just because of how long it takes to rotate between the bases, how wide and open the natural is as well. It's not as defendable as other maps. So link speed is on the way. Back at home, Bunny going for his own standard opener here. Last game, he went for a 3cc, not Banshee, went 3cc 1-1-1 into Liberate Harass instead. We'll see if he does the same, or if he does embrace Banshees this time. Keep an eye on Bunny. Dark's in his comfort zone in this kind of game. True, true. He likes losing bases. He likes losing drones. He needs that pressure, man. He needs that pressure. If things are going too well, then it feels wrong. Oh, no. As our initial 4 lanes, they get across the map. They do get into the marine. Not bad. They deny mining time. No SCV kills, but denied mining nonetheless. As the Reaper was out of position. Yeah, Reaper's racing back home. Gets 1 SCV. Not bad. And gets a full scout. Gets a full scout of the main base, confirms the 3rd CC timing, confirms the 1-1-1. Dark is in the know. Now, as we can see in the aftermath of that link going down, once again, no add-on. There is no add-on swap here. It is going to be a Liberator first from Bunny, just like the previous game, not playing Banshee. So no Banshees, Liberator instead. This leads into an earlier stim timing, into the faster tech lab on the racks. It is on the way. Okay, so we're settling in. And again, because of the opener of choice, the chances of Dark playing Ling main is much higher this time. Last game, it was just Roach Ravager into Ling Hydra Lurker. Ling Hydra Lurker Viper. As we are reaching the timing here for a lair. We'll see if Dark goes lair first, or if he goes double Evo Chamber instead. We'll see how greedy Dark is going to be. Knocking down the rooks, gaining access to the gold. A little better if uncontested. Kind of. Like, they both have their own role. For example, if Dark was playing Roach, then Banshees are better just because Banshees, they can slow down any kind of Roach aggression or Roach pushes. Banshee play is considered to be safer. Meanwhile, Hellions, they just go straight for the mineral line. The League's are out of position. Drones it and grows it. Oh my god. And Queen's not able to stop this, and that's going to be 7 workers already, and we're not done. Meanwhile, Dark, he does wall off in time. Whew. Does wall off the natural. But I can't say the same here for the third. Does Evo Chamber, though, just in time. Walls up. Saves the drones. Oh, but I spoke too soon. Oh my god, the limb! I spoke too soon here as he was distracted. 9 kills. 9 kills on the Liberator. The Queens were out of position. Queens were distracted, and that's going to be 15 workers going down. An entire mineral line. Oh my god. Very similar to last game, actually, if you recall. Where last game with the Hellion dives, we also saw around 15 workers going down. If you remember, last game was 15 workers and the Evo Chamber as well. This time, just straight 15 drones, but very nice damage here by Bunny. And with that, Bunny even saves the Liberator. Does save the Lib. Even catching an Overlord. And with that, the third base is getting up and running. When we spoke earlier, because of the opener here, it is going to be Link Bane. Baliness is on the way, as we did mention, into that macro hatch, into a 4-base setup. But Dark has a lot of catching up to do. He has a lot of re-droning here. And similarly to the last game, Bunny has a stronger start. Now, we can't get ahead of ourselves, because if you watch the last game, if you're like, oh, Bunny has a lead, he should win this. Well, I mean, you know, what happened last game? So, of course, Dark, he is going to bounce, or he's going to try to bounce back as best he can. Going to be droning on up, saturating his bases, getting to 1-1 upgrades, knocking down those rocks, and we'll see how Bunny can handle his first push. He's waiting a little bit longer. We have to wait for the upgrades. We have combat shields. We have 1-1 on the horizon as well. It is going to be a strong 1-1 timing here from Bunny, and he's moving out ahead of time. He's got 2 tanks. He has reinforcing Marines. The Hellions here, I believe, can morph into Hellbats, but ooh, the armory has just begun, so no Hellbats yet. As Bunny's making his way towards that expansion. Dark going for a Link counterattack at the same time. Banelings are amassing. Baneling speed is not ready. Yeah, Dark, he did prioritize 1-1 upgrades over Baneling speed. So Dark being greedy here. Lings is denied entry. Bunny, he responds in time. Good defense. Deflects the Lings. And now Bunny can focus on his attack. He can focus on his push. The Ling harass does nothing. Base under fire. Dark, he's just buying time here for Bathing Speed. Just waiting for his moment. Oh! He's gonna commit. Does commit to the shroud, locks down the Marines. Marines do fall. Tank as well. Dark backs off. He backs off. And what's crazy is the Dark P preserved the Banelings. The Banelings were preserved. Did save them. Bathing Speed now kicks in. And now Bunny cannot push onto creep. Not as easily. Not as easily. Meanwhile, Ling Bane does hit across the map. Trading with the ByuN. Does trade with the ByuN. Dark, he saves the third. 4th base is getting saturated. 5th base on the way as the gold. This is a risky maneuver. The gold base is very difficult to defend on this map, especially if Bunny has map control. The Dark, he's maintaining himself. Tank sieging up. Ooh. Tank volley going up on the Banelings. And massive connections here on those Banelings. The splits are good enough. And Dark is in trouble. The Queens are going down. Dark going for a massive counterattack instead. Does catch reinforcements. Gets a tank, gets Marines. What about the base? Oh, Dark getting on top of the tank, just barely not getting it though. And tank survives. SCVs, they get into the mineral line. Forcing friendly fire. Tank goes down. Damage is being done with reinforcements. Dark, he's barely holding on here. There's 1 Hellbat, 1 Marine, and 1 tank remaining. The base survives, and 21 SCVs. Dark, he's popping off. He barely holds at home, gets 21 SCVs across the map. Lings, they're still in the main, they're still in the natural. And Bunny, he races back home. He couldn't reinforce. He was distracted. And Dark holds. Whew. Dark does hold. Aye. Dark, calm down. As the creep is lacking, true, the creep is non-existent here at the third. But the run-bys do not stop. Dark collapsing on the Marines. Oh. Trades well. Takes off some of the ByuN. And what's important right now is that Dark, because he's being active, because Dark suddenly gains map control, the gold is untouched. The gold is untouched here. Bunny is stuck at home taking his own expansion, and Dark is recovering thanks to the gold. So he is recovering. From here, going into Lingbane Hydra. Hive is now done. Adrenal is on the way. Ooh, I assumed it was going to go into Lurkers, but no, going into Ultras instead. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, my attention. To have that Ultra Cavern. Bunny going for a split push. Double jump on the right. Main army towards the left. We'll see if Dark can keep up. Again, the creep is lacking because of all the aggression. And Bunny, he has yet to actually scout that central location. Yeah, brutal Mind Shot. Mind Shot goes off 16 link kills. But Dark, he will catch the medevac. Medevac goes down. Bunny, he scouts the gold. And he will deny mining. Oh. Will deny mining, and Dark, he just cannot mine from this location. Not like this, not anytime soon. The gold is going to fall. At this point, the gold base did pay for itself. That is true. But he would have liked to have kept the gold regardless. As Bunny is rotating. Rocks are being knocked down. Both players getting to 3-3 upgrades. No ultras yet. No tech yet either. I mean, we have no room for it. Both armies maxing out. Dark being cheeky, going for the expansion. Show some mind shots. Ooh, yeah, brutal connections on the left. Lingbane rolls in on the right. Dark, he trades with the army. Does trade, doesn't break through. I just lagging behind a little bit. Decent connections towards the end. And Dark, he holds. He shuts down the army. Means that the Widow Mine's catching out some reinforcements. Bunny has to get out of here. He's getting cornered. Oh no! Does get cornered. Gonna be forced back. Can he get out of here? Full medevac. Ooh, full medevac goes down. 2 full medevac. Oh my god! Not again. Not again. As Bunny is trapped. Does find out with those Liberators. And throughout all this, at least he is maintaining that goal base. It is getting up and running. But there's some big losses here for Bunny. And Hive upgrades now on the way. Getting to that lunge. I'll be honest, part of me feels like this Ultra Cavern may have been a mistake. Like, as in, I hope that he isn't, like, getting ready for Lurker tech. Hopefully. So now knocking down those rocks. So far, no Ultra upgrades, just the tech itself. Dark's just fully maxing out here on Lingbane Hydra. Moves in. Up! My shot doesn't connect. So again, Darky does gain map control. Bloody trying to dive on top of the base, but last Darky keeps up. Shows the mine shot. Does pull away in time. Avoids the mine. Darky's holding, is stabilizing. 3-3 upgrades are finishing up. Darky is building up a bank. And this is where I would assume that we would either throw down a Lurker Den, a Spire, or even commit into the Ultra upgrades. One of the 3. Just to set up for it. One of my drill coming in. It doesn't burrow in time. Whew, we're calming down. We have a little bit of a lull here. It's been an intense game. Very intense. We can take a breath back. We can take a breath. Darky's trying to respread all that creep. Likewise, 2 Hydras. Denying mining time. They deny mining. Limited range on the way. One of mine's being cleaned up. Up! Decent connection. The Widow Mines are going down. The Dark maintaining map control. Pushing in. And he wants to try to get on top of that mineral line. Yeah, avoids that Widow Mine. Dives from the army, takes down the Ghost, and leaves they peel off into those ACVs. The workers are going down at the same time. Dark pushing on the left-hand side as well. And he knocks down the expansion. There's no escaping other contamination. You don't often see a flying contaminated building like that. Not often. Let's go. And I was waiting for the spellcasters that we go. Infestors are on the way to help support the army. No Vipers yet. The Infestors are coming. StarCraft backs off. He remaxes, rebuilds. Sticking with a more mobile composition. Going left and right. Oh. Now pulling away. Does pull away, still clearing that bank. Now, so far, when it comes to this kind of army composition, it has a lot of potential as long as you're killing bases. At a certain point, if Bunny's able to take a better fight defensively, then that's where this army can really struggle. But so far, I mean, Bunny, he's struggling to remax. He is lacking SimCity. It's still working well here for Dark. He can still make this work. Again, the goal here is to rotate and knock down the bases as often as possible. Deny mining, deny the expansions. So far, has been doing well. Bunny trying to siege up. Yo, Nuke is on the way. More Liberators as well. The high Liberator count can become a problem here. Oh! As we'll take down one of them. Takes down the lid. The Infestors have arrived. They're getting ready for those fungals. The mine shots are getting brutal though. He's coming in. Oh, it doesn't quite land it though. Nice EMP. EMP pops off. Tank goes down. Good choke point here for Bunny. Bunny does trade more efficiently. Splits against the Bailings. And no major connections. Yeah, Bunny does fight well here. We have 122 Lings on the way. Massive fungal. There's no follow-up. Yeah, there's no follow-up. We can just stand and fight. Bunny can just take the fungals to the face, takes down the Infestor, shuts down the Ling Pain. But Dark, he's so quick to remax. He just keeps going. It wasn't an efficient fight for Dark, but he might be able to overwhelm anyway. Again, here come the 122 Lings. Yeah, they roll it in, and no SimCity. No walls, no bunkers. No Widow Mines have been rebuilt. There's one Widow Mine left. And he breaks the base. Dark, he breaks the expansion. And Bunny, he plummets in supply. Oh, that's the Vipers. Vipers are coming. As I believe Dark did bleed out all the Infestors. Oh, no, sorry. Did save two of them. Still up there. Still out there even. Here at Dark, he's rotating. Here at the northern base, there is some better SimCity. We have 2 planetaries or 2 CCs. Widow Mines, Liberation Zones as well. Much more difficult location to break. So Darky just goes for the gold. Just goes for the gold. Takes down 6 SCVs. Pulls back. And again, you can just keep rotating. Just keep rotating back and forth. He's trying to turtle up. Doing what he can. He's not a turtle though, he's a bunny. Aye, aye, aye. As Dark, he sees a setup here, doesn't push into it. Oh, he wants the ghost though. It does come into the dive. Once again, not the best trades here from Dark. Please had a lot of Ling Bane. Yeah, better fight for Bunny. And that's kind of what he's hoping for. He's hoping for, like, consecutively worse fights for the Zerg. And then he could recover and take another expansion. Nuke towards the gold. Nuke is on the way. Dark, he doesn't notice. Uh-oh. Okay, he does. Whew. Pulls away. Pulls away in time. Likewise, massively in counterattack. Does rushes past the army, going straight for the production. Straight for the natural. Straight for the natural base. Pulling Bunny out of position. Dark at the same time. Trying the Northern CC. And again, to break these siege locations, I was going to say that this is where something like Broodlord Infestor comes into play, and where that's forced out. Meanwhile, Knight is into the main base, and alas, Bunny does notice. Does notice. Currently, Dark, he can still afford to stay on Lingbane Hydra. Like, it's still viable just because of his control of the map and because of his economy, because of his bank. Like, it's still okay. I am a little bit uneasy that Dark isn't at least teching in other directions to make sure he has that available to him. Which is very overconfident from Dark. But I mean for good reason. For good reason, happy as he does dive in. Takes down the CC. Oh. Lunges forward, takes down one of the Liberators as well. And the Nidus rooms, they continue. If a Nidus does ever finish in the main base, that can just be game. And Dark, he's hoping for that. This Bunny is going to expand. We'll see if he can. Oh, let's go, the Spire, let's go! Dark, he's finally taking. He's like, you know what? I probably can't end the game like this. Like, you know what? I'm making this harder on myself than I need to. Let's go for the Spire. Let's morph in the Greater Spire. Let's just get ready for it. Yeah. Let's go. Neural's being researched as well. Ooh, nice snipe on the Viper. Viper does go down. Another nice into the main. Bunny does notice. Spawns, he shuts this down. So Dark is going for +1 flyer attack. This tells us that he's most likely to go into Corruptor. I mean, that will help deal with these Liberators. So no setup into Greater Spire yet. Yo, do we not have Liberate? We do. Fusion Core's on the way. Uh-oh. Are we feeling BC? Might be. I mean, that is more viable in this kind of game state. Bunny, he successfully expands, takes another base. Bunny, he's maxed. And he did well for himself. We mentioned it before, but like the goal for Bunny was to turtle and to eventually expand, and he did it. Took a fresh mining base, took an expansion, gaining ground. Dark moving in. And massive mine shot to the face. But Bunny spread thin, and these Liberators are exposed. Yeah, they are exposed. They're going to be going down. Hydras, they rush past. Lingbane into the planetary. And Bunny was just completely out of position. The base goes down. The mineral line as well. 27 SCV kills. And now the army arrives. Again, Bunny, he missed the rotation. And he lost the base. Lost the base, lost the expansion. Bunny was doing a great job recovering until this moment. As Bunny was maxed, now suddenly plummets in supply. Down to 150. And here come the Corruptors. 15 Corruptors on the way. Now some more secure anti-air. Dark now has a better answer to the Liberators, and I mean, Bunny, he's just heavily reliant on these libs to keep him alive. Dark, he has an answer to the Freedom. Ah. Get out of here. this going Ling Bane Corruptor. Expansion goes down. He just commits. He commits in. We'll take down every single Liberator. Massive Bungle. Oh my god, the Bungle connects. And there's no escaping this. Darky swallows up the army. And Dark has finally done it. He breaks through the main force, and he has enough to keep pushing this time. He can keep pushing in. Diving on the reinforcements. Hunting down Medivacs, Liberators, anything and everything. Oof. As is what, 3 Liberators left. Never mind, it's more of them come down. Jesus. It's a lot left over. Dark, he can retreat. A Greater Spire is now on the way. Let's go. Getting to the Greater Spire. Dark does burn through his entire bank, by the way. Burns through everything here to remax. This is mining everything he can. Still has gases here. True. Gas has not been mined from. Taking top left. Bunny's lying bottom right. Bunny will catch 7 more drones. Seven more workers. Dark, now he's remaxed. He can commit into this again. It's not going to be, like, pretty, pushing into all these liberation zones. But, Dark, he can pull it off. Peels off the Corruptors. Goes to the Planetary. Is brought down. Planetary does fall. Bunny's trying to expand. And once Bunny tries to take the space, he's going to be exposing himself. Like, that's what Dark is waiting for. Waiting for Bunny to move further out on the creep. To establish that expansion. Likewise, Darker's army split in 2. Let's bring down the gases. Dark, he just avoids the army. True. Just avoids the main army. Forces Bunny to reposition. Nice snipe on the Infestor. And Dark, he commits. Takes down the Planetary. Takes down another CC. It's another base falling. Oh my god, the Buggles! They lock down the Marines. Yeah, and this time we're more wide open. There's some better fight for Dark. Forcing Bunny out into the open here. And now he has enough to break through, to kill the main army, to push into the main. GG gets called. We get the Microbo shot towards the end, and Dark, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Once again, 2 games in a row, Dark has a rough start. Dark had a very rough start to the game. He fell behind. Both games, he lost 15 workers. Both games, Bunny gained a lot of momentum, a big advantage. And Dark, he did a crazy job at recovering from that, bouncing back. Remember, Dark, he was barely surviving with barely any creep at his bases against the initial bio tank push. And what was important is that Dark, he barely held the line, protected his middle line. And if you remember, he got like 21 SCVs across the map. He went for a massive Ling Bane counterattack. He caught reinforcements. He kept reinforcing across the map as well. Took down the tanks. And eventually snowballed out of control. It wasn't easy either. Like, initially, the Ling Rumbites weren't doing anything. If you remember, the Ling Rumbites, they were delaying reinforcements, but they weren't really getting any damage. It took a long time for that to finally pay off. And in the end, GG. In the end, GG, well played. Once again, a crazy comeback there by Dark. Bunny for the tail end, like the last 10 minutes of that game, or even 8 minutes of that game, he was in a rough position. He had to completely lost map control, and he was just struggling to keep his head above water there. In the end, it wasn't quite able to recover. He did max towards the end, which was impressive, but even when he maxed out, like, he still didn't have the best setup that he would have hoped for, and GG. GG, well played. Dark will claim the series, and Dark will advance on into the next round. The question becomes, who's up next? Question becomes, who is up next? Let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Let's go. Let us go. From the top, oh my god, we have a lot of updates. We have a lot of updates coming in. We have a herO. herO takes down Creator 2-1, went all the way to the ace match. herO advancing on to the upper semifinals. ByuN takes down 2-1, also went to the ace match. A lot of ace matches here in the upper portion of the bracket. I was favoring Zaun in that series, not gonna lie, but ByuN does take it. And now we have herO versus ByuN in the upper semis. Scrolling down, Dark takes down Bunny, and Classic takes down Cure. Also went to the ace match, also went to game 3. Dark versus Bunny also, I feel like, should have gone to the ace match, but alas, barely didn't. And now we have our top 4. We have our top 4 players. We have it herO versus ByuN and Dark versus Classic. Let's go. We have our semifinals, and we need a moment to conduct those vetoes. Now, when it comes to our next matches here, we are going to be focusing and following Dark into Classic, for those that are curious, as I believe ByuN and herO have already begun. Again, both semifinals, they occur at the same time. They're being played at the same time. If you want to check out herO versus ByuN, then you can check out some of the other casters out there. There's Chicken Man, there's Dave Testa, Enki is casting in Spanish. I believe we have joined forces with one of the other English casters, though. Yeah, I believe we're alongside Chicken Man, and I believe Dave Testa is covering the upper semis. So both matches are being casted, but by other casters. So we are spread out. And here we go. We have our vetoes coming in. Getting rid of herO, getting rid of Talisman. As a reminder, there's going to be a best of 3, and the finals are going to be a best of 5. Oh wait, they just finished. How fast were those games? We just got an update. I was like, oh yeah, you know, the matches are happening at the same time. You can check out another stream. Never mind. herO, he just 2-0'd ByuN. A very fast series, real fast matches. I mean, I say that we were in a 30-minute game. True, right? Like, we were in a 30-minute game between Dark and Bunny, so our series was the last one to complete. So we were kind of like holding up our side of the bracket. But herO and ByuN just speed running through their series. herO takes a 2-0, and herO is waiting for the winner of Dark and Classic. Oh boy. So we have our next matches here. It's going to be lower semis into the grand finals. Here we go. I can just make this look a little bit better here. We're good, we're good. Interact. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Just catching up. Do you plan to cast zero space matches when the game releases? Hard to say. I never had a chance to play, unfortunately. It was the same with Stormgate. Like, we got lucky enough to be invited to like the Stormgate, like the alpha or like the testing phase and stuff like that. But because our schedule is so busy, we never had the opportunity to actually play it. So we just didn't get to play any of it. Same with Zero Space. We got into the alpha of Zero Space, but never really got to touch the game yet. I would love to, though. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love RTSs and I love to play it and love to get involved. But right now, I don't know if I'm interested, if that makes sense, right? Like, if I'm ever going to cast an RTS, if I'm ever going to cast a game, then, you know, the passion has to be there, right? The passion has to be there. And I don't know if I have that for either Stormgate or Zero Space. We'll definitely try to play it, though, when it goes live. Like, right now, our schedule is so busy to the point where my life is literally eat, sleep, cast. like Papi, we have 4 casts today. We had this morning we had the OC King of the Hill. Here we have KSL. Later on tonight we have a show match in StarCraft Evolution, and then we have Fire Grow Cup as well. Like, I just don't have time for anything else, which is a shame. Like, I like playing other games. I like streaming. I like laddering, but our schedule has been busy. But if we find the time, then I'd love to play some Zero Space. Sorry, just catching up in the chat. Speaking of catching up, yo, a big shout out to big shout out to Trash Cats Cattle. Oh god, no. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a donation, I believe. Oh my god. We don't get many donations on the channel, but we do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Rash Cattle. There we go. There we go. But thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. And also a big shout out to Falcon Paladin. All right, it was happening during the game, so I do apologize for not giving you a shout out at the time, but a big shout out to Falcon Paladin as well. Hope you guys had a great time casting and covering your own matches. Hold on, slash shout outs to @Falcon Paladin. There we go. As Falcon Paladin is a fellow caster, he does cover a lot of Brood War, but also some SC2 as well. So big shout out to Falcon Paladin. So we're catching up. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, the last Zerg player in the tournament. We'll see if he can keep his run alive here. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player, the Blue Protoss also from South Korea. It is Classic. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we enter our semifinals, our best of 3. I saw someone asking in the chat about the Gamba. Yes, predictions, we do host them for every series. As a reminder, these are predictions for the series, not just for the game. So this is for the entirety of those series. Let's go. Oh. Hi, I'm learning SC2 after the mini set for Hearthstone and the StarCraft 2 cards. Do you have a tip on which race to main? I can't decide between Protoss and Zerg. I guess it's a hard question to answer here. I guess my best advice would just be to I mean, a lot of players, their introduction to StarCraft is to play through the campaign, and then they'd get a better idea for what kind of races and what units they enjoy working with. I would suggest either that, or dipping into the co-op mode, or dipping into some customs and testing out the races yourself, and yeah, seeing what kind of vibes with you the most. Certain playstyles, I mean, certain races, they have certain playstyles, they play in a certain way, and it comes down to like personal preference, I feel. What you enjoy the most. But yeah, welcome. I haven't played the Hearthstone, the new Hearthstone mode yet though. I want to try it. Again, once I have time. Would love to test it out. The SC2 and Hearthstone. Yeah. One day. Have some time. For now though, we're getting into our openers. Hatchgas full standard opener out of Dark. Likewise, Classic going for the gate expanded Cybercore into Stargate. Everything so far looking as it should. Everything so far looking normal, looking standard. But yeah, so maybe coming into like 2026, we can play some Zero Space. I think like that's when it's meant to launch, right? Like next year, maybe. We'll be able to jump into some of the newer RTSs. It's all good. No rush. Meanwhile, Dark taking his third. Adept has arrived to threaten a dive, to check the gases, check saturation, make sure there's no early crazy tech. Just keeping tabs here on Dark. Likewise, going to be an Oracle opener out of Classic. We do have variations. We could open up Phoenix, could open up Void Ray, but Oracles are the go-to. They are the stock standard. Again, the Oracle just has so much utility here in this matchup to scout, to harass, to keep the third base safe, to defend against Ling Rumbais, to support the army. Are very versatile. And then moving out. All Adeptus does commit to the shade. Oh my god. 2 drones, not bad. 2 workers going down. Adept does fall. With that, Dark does go for a counterattack to try to threaten the third. And speaking of Classic, he will expand. He will attempt to. Wings are in position. Again, this is the downside of losing your Adept. But the Oracle is ready, and the third base is thrown down. As we said, let's say big shout out to Decade in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy the casting. And again, you do gain emotes in the chat, and we also hand out replay packs to our subscribers as well. You can join our Discord, and you can gain our replays through our subscriber channel if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you for the support. Always appreciate it. As a double Oracle does hit the main. Oh, dips in. Queens are in position, and the Oracles, they get 1 drone so far. Just the 1. Dark is going Lair first. Lair before Tech, no Roach Warren. Ooh, and we're going for a German taxi. Let's go. Overlord Speed is on the way, and you do need the Lair to morph in Dropper Lords. So we're extending up here for Mass Ling Queen. Dark is being hyper aggressive. I mean, getting into our map here, Whispers of Gold is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Very small, very short rush distance by ground, and Dark is going to be committing. And it's on Classic to figure out what's going on. Oracles, they do threaten the third. Queens are in position. The Lair is almost done. It's going to be, what, 2, 3 drone kills? 4. Not bad, but 1 Oracle does fall, and here come the Dropper Lords. Here comes the all-in. Dropper Lords, they are morphing in. The Queen's going to be loading up, going to be sending everything across the map. Dark is kind of works at 41. That is 2 base saturation. That is under 2 base saturation. So a 2 base all in here from Dark. And he commits. Back at home, Classic, he recognized something is wrong. He did confirm the lack of saturation. Shield batteries are on the way. He's getting ready. He's getting ready for the defense. Classic needs more time. Oh! Does already be surrounded. Classic down to 2 Oracles. As he did lose 1. Again, here comes Dark. Hoping to surround the army. Shield batteries are finishing up. Actually going straight for the natural instead. Just going for the natural. We'll zone away the Oracles. Can spread creep. Nice force field. Classic so far he's holding. He is holding on. Shield battery supports those Oracles. 1 Queen goes down. Lings they surround, but the shield battery keeps everything alive. Ooh, not the Oracles though. Oracles, they do fall. Boys are being pulled, Stalkers are going down, and Dark, he has broken the third. As there's 3 Stalkers left, down to 2, down to 1. 1 Stalker remaining with reinforcements, the third base should fall. And the rest of the army's just pinned here to the natural. He's just pinned down. And Dark, he will get a free expansion. And behind this Dark, he's taking. Hydroden is on the way. Classic, he tries to break out. Oh, he's crazy. Oh my god. Does break out, takes down the Queen. However, he cannot save the third. It's not going to happen. Yeah, the third base does fall. And now Dark drones. He got what he wanted. 14 probes and the expansion. He reset the Oracle count, which means Oracles are not available to counterattack. And Dark is droning. Dark, he can now drone up his third. He can now saturate. And Classic is stuck at home. Stuck at home here. But he needs to push. Blink is done. He has +1. Building up his first replacement Oracle. It's on the way. Dark even spreading creep from across the map. Oh no. No active tumors though, thankfully. There's a revelation. Behind this, Dark droning, saturating, throwing down more gases, getting to +1 range, Hydra upgrades as well. And the problem right now here, because there are so many Lings, is that Classic can't move out. If he does, he will lose the third. Like, if the Stalkers move out across the map, then Dark is going to counterattack and force a cancel. And I mean, that'd be game. So Classic is just stuck at home. Trying to fortify himself, trying to build back up. Temple Archives on the way, working towards Storm. And Dark, he's just chilling. He's just chilling, just droning up. and can freely macro from here. The Oracle has a lot of work to do. Takes some hull damage. As we said, a big shout to E.T. Bemo Bacon in the chat. Oh my god. The bacon. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? You're making me hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for you subscribing or for subscribing with Twitch Prime for the first time. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you enjoyed the content. I hope you enjoy the casting. I hope you enjoy the StarCraft. I hope you enjoy it. Again, we have plenty of content on the channel, and I hope you enjoy your emotes. You can join our Discord if you wish. Hold on, I got you. Exclamation mark. Socials in the chat if you want to join our Discord server. You get some replays if you wish. Otherwise, Dark, he gets up to 3-base saturation. 67 workers here. He's got his 4th, but he is not fully saturating the 4th base. He's building up Ling Hydra, knocks down the rocks, and he's going for the 3rd. Meanwhile, Storm is not done. Oh no. Storm is not done yet. High Templar are ready. They can feed back. But what can they feed back? Yo, the Overseer, let's go. High Templar goes down. Lings, they flood into the mineral line. Now without Storm, Classic, he can't really make this defense. The cannons are putting in a lot of work, but they're being broken. Yeah, the cannons are going down one after the other. Dark, he overwhelms the army. Storm is finishing up in 2 seconds, but it's too late. There's the first storm. There's 3 storms left. There's the second. 1 storm remains. But he gets the expansion. He knocks down the Nexus. 22 more SC, 22 more probes even. And even though Classic, he's barely holding on here, like, what's he holding on to? What is left? Nothing. Not like this. As we're down to a handful of Stalkers. Classic refusing to tap out. Huffing a bit of that copium patty, just a little bit. As he will lose the 3rd base for a 2nd time, pulling back to the natural. Does hold on to his 2 bases. And from here, Dark can just back off. He just back off, he's droning. We have Bailing speed on the way, plus on melee, he does reinforce. Once again, trading with the army, containing Classic on 2 bases. And from here, Dark can take a 5th expansion, take up into Hive, into a Lurker Den, into Infestation Pit, into Hydra Lurker Viper, if he so chose to. Instead, Dark, he just remaxes and just keeps rotating. Oh, he's coming in for the surround. This time, there's no escape. Oh, no. There's no way out of this. The Storms takes down some of the Lings, but the Hydras, they collapse in a massive concave. And the army's trapped. He can try to recall, but at this point it's too late. GG gets called, and Dark, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. We'll take game 1. We'll take a lead in the series. And the pressure is now on Classic. Again, winding it back here as a reminder, Dark, he went for a 2-base all-in. He cut workers at 41. Oh, technically, he made more drones, but if you remember, he lost like 4 or so workers to the Oracle Harass. So he droned up to around like 44, 45 workers. But he did commit to an all-in here with Overlord Speed, with the Lair, into a quote-unquote German taxi. If you're a little bit newer to the scene, the reason why it's called that is because Lambo is a German Zerg player. He did popularize the build many, many years ago, like back in like 2020, 2021, like that kind of early COVID era of StarCraft, and going for the Drop Lord all-in this matchup in ZVP. And Dark does embrace it, does catch Classic off guard, and GG. GG will play, does take a lead. And we'll see if Classic can force the ace match or if it all ends here and now in game 2. Pressure is on as we load into ley lines. Now, coming into ZVPs, Dark is hyper aggressive. We saw a lot of late game out of Dark against Terran, true, right? Like, we saw a lot of back and forth, like 30-minute games between Dark and Bunny. Against Protoss, though, Dark is more aggressive. He's more aggressive, he's more animalistic. he's an animal, pap, he's an animal. And more often than not, we see all-ins. Like, not necessarily like this all-in every game, but we expected like a German taxi at least at one point in the series. You know, I'm expecting like a Ling Queen Nidus all-in. I'm expecting like 3-base Ling Hydra all-in off of 6/6 workers, Roach Ravager as well. Like, Dark is just hyper aggressive here in this matchup, and we expect more aggression coming into game 2. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing himself, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss, who down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Classic. The bet was for the series of one match. The series, as always, always for the series pack. Perhaps it doesn't feel very comfortable in CVP. Sure, yeah. We could probably say that. I mean, it is known, Dark, he would want to end the game early if at all possible. Like, we have seen Dark in late games EVP, and he's not bad at it by any means, but it's not something that he prefers. I think most people are in agreement, and Dark as well, where late games EVP is more difficult. Going up against a Skytoss army is arguably favored for the Protoss, so Dark, he just avoids it. Just avoids it entirely. And we'll see if Classic can get there. Can he survive the aggression of Dark? As for now, calming things down. We are calming down. So far, standard openers here from our players. We do expect another Stargate into the Oracle. Really, our big signs and our big tech choices here are going to be keeping an eye on the lair timing. The lair timing of Dark, the gases as well, the saturation, whether or not he even saturates his natural, which we did not see last game. So our eyes are going to be on Dark here. And Classic's eyes are going to be on Dark as well. Again, it's on the Protoss to scout to confirm. To figure out what Dark is up to. There's a Stargate once again. Last game, we had a triple Oracle opener out of Classic. We'll see if he does deviate. Again, Void Ray openers are viable. They have a very different kind of flair to them, though. A Void Ray opener is designed to hide the tech, is designed to hunt down Overlords, and to keep Dark in the dark as to what the Protoss is doing. So, a very different kind of follow-up if we did open Void Ray. For now, the probe has arrived. Oh, we'll delay the expansion, at least attempts to. But the third base is on the way. And a back at home Classic Stargate is done. And what do you have for us? Oracle once again. So just like the previous game, standard opener. Going for Oracles into a third, into a standard setup. Dark meanwhile still droning, still saturating, still building up. Currently, it's on Dark to keep up with this Adept. Last game, the Adept did get 2 drone kills. True. Did get 2 workers. Second Adept has arrived. 2 Adepts taking one-shot drones. Doesn't commit yet. Does keep tabs on the third. Does keep tabs on the expansion. Oracle's moving out as well. Gets spotted by the Lings. Wings are getting in position. And Epsay commits to the shade. Ooh, and drones are going down. 2, 3 workers already. Very nice damage. Almost getting a 4th. Oracle will clean up. Gets 4. Gets up to 5 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, solid damage here from Classic. Dark, he's across the map, and he's more concerned with denying the third. We'll delay. We'll delay the expansion. So far, this is a better start for Classic. He escapes with the Oracle. Does keep it alive. Classic will expand. It's going to be slightly delayed here because of these Lings. Likewise, they get us around. Ooh. Force back. There's a third base. And Classic should hold. Should be able to hold on. Interesting setup here. Dark is going for an Evo Chamber. This tells us that this is most likely going to be plus on melee. Oh, as Lings, they get into the bases. They slip into the main, they get a full scout. They confirm the Twilight Council. That is a very early Twilight Council out of Classic. And this could be one of 2 things. Either early Glaives or early Blink. So 2 options here for Classic. We'll see what he goes for. But quickly back at home, yep, it is going to be plus on melee, as we did mention. Early Evo Chamber means no Roach Warren, means plus on melee into Ling Hydra. So no Roaches. No Roaches out of Dark. Ling Hydra instead. Ooh, Bailey Nest on the way. You have my attention. Going for the nest. That Epsay threat in a shade. So far, Classic just keeping Dark busy. We have the take of choice, going for Blink. Now, this Bailey Nest looks like it's just a safety precaution. If this was Glaives, then Bailings would be required to defend. So Dark playing it safe. Lair is on the way. And Classic, he will establish his third base. So we have a back and forth. Whew. We have more of a back and forth. We're building up our bases, getting to our economies. Classic being active. And we're getting into the mid game. Now from here, there's still a lot of aggressive potential out of Dark. I mentioned before that it is not uncommon to see Dark go up to 3 base saturation, drone up to 66, and then cut workers and commit into Ling Hydra on Lair Tech. That is something that we do see quite often out of Dark, so we'll have to keep an eye on him. He's double expanding. We'll have plenty of Larva. Classic taking up towards Storm, not Colossus. So Storm is on the way. There's that Hydra Den from Dark, as I did mention. It is Ling Hydra. And Dark even triple expands. Taking 3 bases at once. So far maintaining himself. And he's droning. Okay, so he's not cutting workers at 3 base saturation. He is droning up his 4th. Droning up his 4th base. Building up his army. With his 4th base being saturated, we assume that Dark is going to tech towards Hive and is going to tech towards Lurkers. Making that assumption. We'll see. So Dark is moving out with his Lings. Looking for a surround. And he will force the activation of the Pulsar Beam. He's going for the expansion. Can he force a cancel? And with plus on melee, he can. Oh my god. Cancel the 4th, delays the economy, pulls away. Behind this, he's droning up. And there are those gases. Again, with these gases, we can now afford the Infestation Pit, the Hive. Speaking of, there it is. Infestation Pit, Lurker 10, in towards Hive Tech, in towards Lurkers. Okay. So a longer game setup here by Dark is slowing down Classic. And Classic is going to have a big power spike available to him. I know that we've been focusing a lot on Dark and what he's been up to. Classic now finishes Storm. And that's a lot of High Templar, each with at least 1 Storm. Oh boy, so that's going to be 6 Storms here for Classic. And Lurkers are good, but Lurkers aren't ready. Lurkers are not ready here. It's purely Ling Hydra. And this army is vulnerable to Storms. Classic's moving in. Prism has arrived to reinforce. And can Classic break Dark before Lurkers? Can he break him? Pushing in. Dark, he has to respect the army. Pulls away. Setting up for a surround. Storm zones. And Dark trying to come in from behind. Baits out the stasis. Storms, they look down the Queens. Efficient trades here from Classic. And he's just picking Dark apart. Yeah, a couple of Hydras are trickling in, but there's still plenty of Storms. And this Storm timing is brutal. Dark a little bit too greedy here. The base will fall. And Classic, he can just keep pushing. He can keep pushing. He has, what, 2, almost 3 Storms left. Now, pulls away. Whew. Does back up. I do think he can rotate either towards the top or towards the south and go for another expansion. He still has plenty of... Yeah, he's going for it. Is going. He pulls away for a moment. Still pushing in. Hive has just begun. Still no Lurkers. No Lurkers yet. Dark, he has a concave. Stasis goes off. Massive Storm. Storms, they shut down the Hydras. Nice control here, saving the High Templar. And Classic, he's doing it. He's breaking through. He broke the base earlier, and he's doing it again. There's nothing left here. Just a handful of Hydras, handful of Lings. Boys are being pulled. And there's still like 3 Storms left. There's so many Storms. GG gets called, and Classic will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Dark, he was being greedy. He drone up past 74. He drone up towards 80 workers, triple expanded, and he was rushing into Hive Tech, into Lurker Tech. As we mentioned, because he was cutting so many corners, because he was being so greedy, he was vulnerable to that Storm timing. He was vulnerable. He was not ready for it. And Classic did strike then and there as soon as Storm was ready with 6 High Templar. He had so many Storms available, and Dark could not touch him. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. Whew. Oh boy. See how this story ends. Again, Dark just being a little bit too greedy there, as opposed to cutting workers a little bit earlier, like around 70, to focus on building up a Ling Hydra army. Again, he was just focusing on teching, focusing on droning, focusing on expanding. He was not expecting an army. And this is where I have to fault Dark when it comes to scouting and checking for a push. That is something that he was not aware of and not ready for. See, Dark, he's ready. He's used to like his opponents responding to him. You have to respond to the Protoss back. Let's go. We're getting into the ace match. And game 3 is going to be on Frostline. Interesting. Okay. Frostline, a map that we do often veto, but has been left through here into this best of 3. Frostline's going to be an interesting one. Frostline is a large map. True, it is a very large map. Larger than Leylines, larger than Whispers of Gold, the largest map we've seen so far in the series. And likewise has a very exposed 3rd and 4th base. We'll get into it. We'll get into it once we load in. We can point out the bases. As you can hear the beeps, we're loading into the ace match. Let's go. Whew. Workers crazy at this point of the game. Oh, I did miss that. I assumed he had joined up to like 80, maybe 86. If he had joined up to 90, that's crazy. Oh no. Void Ray also helps against early attacks. Not really. I mean, depends what you're saying. Like, if you're talking about Ling Floods or Ling Aggression, then Oracles are superior. Especially because of the energy overcharge. So Oracles are better defensively. Void Rays, they're like a little bit more niche. They'd be useful like against like a Roach All-In, for example, right? But here we go. We're getting into our setup. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg being forced into a tied series into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player tying up the series, making a series out of this as well. Let's go. Can he go all the way? It is Classic. Here we go. And welcome one and all to Frostline. Again, it is a larger map, longer rush distance by ground. That is all true. But the bases are also a lot more indefendable here. Unlike some of these other maps, there's no ramp coming into the natural. The natural base is very wide. The natural base is very wide open. There's also multiple angles of attack here towards that natural. You can also wedge yourself between the bases. And speaking of, the 3rd and the 4th. Likewise, very isolated from each other, very spread out. You do spread yourselves thin, trying to defend these locations. And likewise, the ramps here are very wide as well. Very wide ramps, very easy to attack, very easy to push in, and likewise, very difficult to defend. So because that we've seen a lot of aggression succeed on Frostline, we actually rarely get to see late game on this map just because it's so difficult to keep up with defending your 3rd, your 4th, let alone your 5th base as well. It can be very difficult. So we'll see how aggressive our players plan on being. Here we go. So keep an eye on Dark and Classic. In general, 3-base play is favored here on Frostline, but we'll see. So far, we've seen some of the extremes of Dark. At game 1, we saw an all-in, of course. Game 2-base all-in. Game 2, we saw Dark being hyper greedy on Leylines, which was crazy, by the way. And we shouldn't be seeing that here. Like, we should not be seeing Dark, you know, triple expand and drone up past 80 and tech up. Like, that's not typically how we play things out on Frostline. So we'll keep an eye on Dark. Likewise on Classic as well. But now we have our Stargate opener. Stargate here towards the natural. Once again, we should be seeing an Oracle opener as well. And Classic, he will get eyes on the 3rd. Does confirm. Stargate is done. Oracle's on the way. Again, is the go-to. It's just a really safe way to play. Gives you scouting, protects the 3rd base, shuts down Lings, supports your army. And especially with the latest change to the energy overcharge, does give even more utility to those Oracles. The Stalker opener is a little bit suspect. Typically, we do open up Adept into a second Adept to harass across the map, as we saw previously. This game, Adept into Stalker will deny scouting. We'll keep Dark away from the main. And I'm sure Classic is trying to force Dark to assume it is going to be a different kind of opener. A Twilight Council, I mean. Lings they poke in. Going for the Stalker. They surround the Adept, not bad. Adept does go down. Gets one, Oracle gets across the map, Queen drone position. And the Oracle only gets one drone kill, takes a lot of hull damage. Darky defends, he attacks. Darky comes out better here, out of the initial trade. So far, so good. As Oracles are amassing. Third base is building up. And this time Classic goes for a slightly later Twilight Council compared to last game. It's going to be Twilight Council. We should be seeing a Forge. We'll keep an eye on Classic. There is no Forge, so this could be Fast Blink or Fast Glaives. Last game we saw Fast Blink out of Classic to be a little bit more assertive on the map. Does he commit into Glaives this time though? We'll see. Getting up to 6 gateways. Here's the gateway explosion. Blink is going to be on the way, and we'll see if he throws down even more gates. Like 6 gates is already a hefty amount to this early on, and he might skip his gases. He might go for a 3 base all in. I'm referring to an 8 gate. He's almost there. Oracles, they get the revelation off. They poke in. Up. Ooh, overextension. One Oracle goes down. Massive pickoff. That is brutal. That should not have happened. Meanwhile, Dark going to be rushing into an Eva Chamber +1 range into a Hydras. Okay. Much faster Hydra production here from Dark. Classic somewhat saturating that third. Blink is almost done. Going for the Forge. Ah, okay, he's taking. Is now taking up. So Classic just being secure with those Stalkers. He defends his third base, and now he's taking up towards Storm. We're headed towards a longer game. Meanwhile, Dark, he's drawn up to 69. Nice. Getting a 4th. And this Hydra timing is going to be brutal here. Remember, he rushed into +1 range. He rushed into Hydras and now Hydra range as well. Building up a little more Hydras early on. Not being as greedy as he was previously. Oh, he's going to get supply block though. That's 3 Overlords falling. Nice catch here from Classic. Shuts down the Overlords. Again, because of the early blink, Classic, he can be active like this. He's safe. Stalkers, they won't get surrounded. They can always blink away. And here comes Storm. Storm has begun. This time, Dark, he cuts workers at 71. Just over 3 base saturation. And he is taking up once again into the Lurker Den, into the Infestation Pits. So this is similar to the last game, except this time he has invested more heavily here into his army early on. To more lanes, into more Hydras. He gets eyes on the 4th. He wants it. He wants the 4th base. Massing up his Lings. Hydra's moving out as well. He's going to be committing. Storm is just now finishing up. Classic is out of position. He's here towards the 3rd base, not towards the 4th. And up! Ooh, Stasis goes off. Massive connection. 4th base should be denied. But Classic can respond. There's a cancel. There's a cancellation. He's got 4 High Templar. He's got at least 4 Storms. There's a 1st. There's a 2nd. Get the 3rd. And still another Storm left. Actually, another 2. Oh my god. Yeah, and Dark, he's going to be shut down here. Catches a couple of Stalkers. Not bad. 4 Hydras moving in. Stalkers going down. Slow Warpins. Oh my god, they're so delayed. And Dark, he will barely outtrade this. Cleans up every single Archon. And all the High Templar. So Dark, he resets the army. He takes down the 4th base. And behind this, Dark, he's freely joining. He's freely on a 4 base economy. 77 workers. Hive is on the way. The economy is untouched. And Dark can just remax and rebuild. Just remax, rebuild. I mean, we spoke about this earlier about how difficult it is to defend both locations at once. I mean, we saw that here, where Classic was at his third and it takes so long to rotate to respond to the fourth. Now we're doing it again. This time Classic has a wall of stack defense. That's a lot of cannons. That's to buy time. It's a buy time for Classic to rotate. It's keeping up. I mean, this is a good answer to the problem that is Frostline. Just a wall of cannons. Classic is trying to hold on. We have more cannons on the way. More shield batteries. So we have a handful of lurkers arriving. Just two. Just two lurkers. Slowly moving in. Distracting the army. Meanwhile, the main force does collapse on the base. And he only wants to cancel. He only wants the expansion. Storm on the Lings. Nexus is going to go down. Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickoff. High Templar gets picked up as well. And Classic is just being torn apart. He's being torn apart here. Just cannot expand. I mean, again, like the cone cave that you have to fight against just because this area is so large. He cannot hold. Dark, he pulls away. He can build up his lurker count. Still on 0 lurkers, though. There we go. The lunkers are coming. 11 lurkers on the way. That's exactly what he needs to defend against a counterattack. Classic is being forced into an all-in. Not quite going for it, though. Re-expanding. He's backing off. Doesn't push out. Lurkers will finish. And Dark is secure. Dark, he is secure. Classic, he doesn't push. He's posturing in the center as he moves out. Dark is moving in. And he's going for another base. Going for another expansion. The armies, they pass by each other. Oh, Dark, he responds. He responds to the Protoss. And Dark, he can try to set up a surround. Oh, oh. Classic is posturing. Just posturing, poking in. Doesn't commit. Fleet beacons on the way. Stargate as well. Classic trying to rush into Skytoss. It's a bold move here. The problem is that, of course, Dark is maxed. He's maxed out, so Dark, he should soon be pushing. And it's going to be a tough hold for Classic. We'll see if he can survive. Dark moving out. 7 more lurkers on the way. Dark, he spots the main army. Up. Zoning Classic away. Zoning him back. Dark, he goes for the third. And Classic, his army has to push through the lurkers. Yeah, just a rough position here for Classic. He's going to be zoned back. Charge is not done. And more lurkers have arrived. They're coming to reinforce. Nice storm. Some of the lurkers aren't going down, but there's still so many here behind this. Dark, he's holding his own. At the same time, Zalaramai is going to be cleaned up. Dark, he breaks through the defensive line of cannons. Nidus Storm into the main. Does Classic notice? Again, he's still stuck outside of his own bases. He's locked out. He's locked out of the house. He can't get in. Oh my god. Yeah, Classic, he was that positioned. Nidus goes down and lurkers just walk into the third. Classic just stuck out in the open. He just cannot defend. Nice storms. The Lings, they collapse on the army. And despite the storms, he's going to get surrounded. He's going to lose everything here. There's the recall. Saving of 2 Archons and a High Templar. But the damage has been done. Damage has been done, and Dark is pushing in. At this point, going for the kill. He's going for the natural. Tempests have arrived. Well, we have Hydras, and they stim in. They lunge. They take down 2 of the Tempests. There's 1 Tempest left. Up. Tempest pulls away. And again, the main army just turned away from the natural. Mass contamination here on the Stargate. Depowers everything else as well. Oh, they contaminate. Let's go. Looks down the production. Ooh, oh good. Nice storm. But this is the army. 1 High Templar, 1 Tempest and a Dream. No, the High Templar goes down. Just the 1 Tempest. Let's go. We can do this. I mean, eventually the Tempest could kill everything, true. On its own. Eventually. as Natural has fallen and Darky's busting into the main. GG gets called. Darky will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Darky will claim the series, will advance on into the grand finals. My condolences to Classic, did make a series out of it, but again, I feel like we got to see full display just how difficult it is to be the defending player on Frostline. We spoke about it, but it's just so difficult to maintain your third base, maintain your fourth base, rotate between them, even defend on them as well, just because of how wide open the third and fourth are. Classic's answer to that was mass cannons. Like, he was throwing down a lot of cannons, a lot of stack defense to help at least secure one expansion, but he was still caught out. He was still caught out of position. He still lost the fourth base twice in a row, and yeah, he could not maintain himself. GG. GG, well played. Darky will claim the series, and with that, we are getting ready for the final match of the night. Let's go. Let us go. Up next, we have a best of 5 between herO and Dark. Oh boy. And again, herO and Dark, they have had a very long rivalry here in KSL. If you maybe haven't tuned into the Green StarCraft League before, welcome to the best edition, to the 69th edition of the KSL. This is a bi-weekly tournament. Every 2 weeks we do host a KSL. Back in the beginning it used to be a weekly, but nowadays it is a bi-weekly instead. Every fortnight we have the KSL. And if you want to help support the Korean StarCraft League, you can do so via Patreon. Here we go, exclamation mark KSL in the chat. You will get a link to that Patreon page to help fund, to help support the Korean scene, if you wish. It's all there. It's all on Patreon. But when it comes to herO versus Dark, it is a long rivalry. They faced off many times here in the KSL, and I'll be honest, I won't hold back. herO is the heavy favorite. herO, he's the heavy favorite here. herO, he has won the most KSLs in the history of KSL. How many has he won? Let's find out. Let's find out together, Pappy. Let's go. Korean StarCraft League. Like, this is herO's tournament. It is his event. Let's have a look here. herO, he has won 25 KSLs out of 69. The most. He has won the most. Dark, what I will say, not too far behind him. You know, Dark, he has won 19. Jesus. Dark has almost as many second places as herO has first places. herO has 25 wins, 25 gold medals, I should say. Dark, he's gotten second place 21 times in KSL. That's a lot. and most of them is to herO, I'll be honest. And most of it is to herO. So Dark is usually the Kong to herO, but what I will say is that they're often back and forth, right? They're often back and forth. Even though I favor herO coming into this, we often get a game 4, a game 5, and Dark does bring herO down. You know, Dark, he has won a good amount of KSLs himself as well. They do go back and forth. When I say favored herO here, it's like maybe like 60-40 or even like 55-45 sort of thing. Not a large advantage. But here we go. We're getting into the grand finals. Vetoes are now done. What are the vetoes exactly here? We have vetoed herO, Starchild, El Dorado. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that's the map order. Oh, let's go. Never mind. We're going to be loading into some of the newer maps instead. Some of the TLMC maps. Let's go. For those that are curious, here for the KSL, we do feature a custom map pool. We have gotten rid of some of the older maps. I'm referring to the 2017 map pool. I'm referring to Neon Violet Square, King's Cove, and Abyssal Reef. They're out of here. A lot of tournaments have done so. Pegasaur Monday has done so, KSL, Sparkling Tuna Cup, Monday Night Weeklies. A lot of tournaments have decided to get rid of those older maps, as they do kind of incentivize certain playstyles that I feel like aren't necessarily what we want for the meta. So we have gotten rid of them. And instead, we have replaced them with some TLMC maps instead. Some older TLMC maps. I should emphasize that from, you know, a couple of seasons ago. That is going to be herO, Starchild, and Talisman as the 3 maps. As the 3 replacement maps, I should say. I should also emphasize, for those that are in the know, TLMC, the new season, the new iteration of TLMC, of Team Liquid Map Contest, is actually about to enter judging phase. They just wrapped up submission phase like 2 weeks ago, and right now they're kind of sifting through and vetting the maps and kind of like filtering them, and then the best of the best are about to be open to public judging and public analysis as well. So that should be coming up in like the next week. So exciting times here with the new TLMC. Because of that, because of the new TLMC that's on the horizon here, once we get our finalist for Team Liquid map contest, we will most likely be updating this map pool. We'll be updating the KSL map pool, the tournament map pool, I mean, for KSL, for Pigasaur Monday, for Sparkling Tuna Cup, and most likely updating it with maps from TLMC. Will be the plan. Just as a heads up. Didn't realize herO favors so much against Dark. Yeah. If you again, if you maybe don't watch online tournaments too regularly, then you may not know. But yeah, herO here. Yeah, there's a reason why he's the king of KSL, mate. There's a reason why he's the king. Just catching up. What is Classic doing? I mean, again, we mentioned that the map was kind of working against a defensive player. You could argue that maybe Classic should have tried to go for a more aggressive build on Frostline. I think I would agree with that. In general, like, it's very difficult to be defensive. Like, it's like the map is just working against you. If you're trying to be defensive, you're trying to play this more like turtley style, it is very difficult on Frostline. So if that's what you're getting at, then sure, I could agree. So I usually start with Skytoss because often there'll be lurkers and I have to switch to Skytoss anyway. I would say it's pretty standard to be able to switch into Skytoss when it comes to mid to late game PvZ. But again, it is very much so map dependent. Like, for example, the playstyle that Classic was going for, I do favor on on Abyssal Reef, Neo Violet Square, King's Cove as well, even Amygdala alongside them. So there are certain maps that kind of like favor that, to be able to open up a Blink, open up Storm, get into the mid game, and then transition to Skytoss with a solid economy behind it. Like, maps are pretty influential when it comes to certain playstyles and what they favor. For sure. But here we go. We are jumping into those grand finals here. The vetoes are done. And as you mentioned, we're jumping into our first map of the series. Let's go. Alright, jumping in to the finals of KSL StarCraft League number 69. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of herO, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom, on the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Dark. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, herO is going to be favored, but again, we expect a back and forth out of this, and Darky has brought herO down in the past, of course. They do go back and forth, and I want to believe we can get another extended series out of these two here in the finals. Let's go. Let us go. And again, if you want to help support the KSL, you can do so via Patreon. I kind of touched on it before, but the KSL has been waning a little bit in support. So again, if you enjoy the Korean scene, if you join these players, then I do recommend checking out that Patreon. If the Patreon gets to a certain amount, then we can once again host this as a weekly. Currently, just a bi-weekly. Currently, every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, we have a KSL. But one day, we might be able to get back to that weekly event. So, but now, though, our players are going to be settling in. Hatch, Gas Pool, Dark Force Safety, Unnatural, Natural, and also, I just kind of took it for granted, but for those that are maybe unfamiliar, welcome one and all to herO. This is a map from TLMC number 17, from the Team Liquid map contest, and this is a rush map. It is a short rush distance by ground, very short here from natural to natural, or from third base to third base, and because of that, we see a lot of aggression. We see a lot of all-ins here on herO. To help make up for that, there is a ramp coming into the natural itself. There's a ramp coming into natural, there's a ramp coming into the third, and there is a very narrow choke point here at the center of the map as well. So there are some locations where you can make a defense, and you can slow down an all-in, but outside of that, aggression is favored. So we'll see how our players will approach this. We'll see what we go for. Oh, yo, shout out to Rex. Esther, the king himself. Esther Rex. Good to see you, Pappy. Good to see you. Much love, much love. Pappy, I didn't see you in today's brackets. Where's my Rex? Dark, he was the only Zerg player. The only Zerg player in the tournament, Pappy. Oh, no. Next time, we'll cast some Rex. 100%. As we do have our Stargate open out of herO. Stargate most likely into Oracle. We'll keep an eye on our Protoss player. Dead poking in. Doesn't come into the shade. Keeps tabs here on the gas income. Making sure nothing crazy is going on. And back at home, herO, he does defend. And it is going to be the Oracle first once again. Oracle out of herO. I want Dark to win, but I bet on herO, so whatever happens, I'll be happy. I mean, in general, I don't know. For me, myself, I'm a big fan of both players. Both Dark and herO. Hard not to be. Hard not to be. Oh, as herO, do you see what I see? I see a delayed third base and a very fast Twilight Council. Now, if this was any other player, I would assume Glaives, right? I would assume a hidden Glaive Adept build from herO to rush into Glaives and try to catch Dark off guard. But herO is very fond of going for early Blink into potentially a setup for a 3-base all-in. So we'll keep an eye on him. What do you have for us? What do you got? Glaives or Blink? Twilight Council is now done. Third base just now getting up and running. And yeah, there it is. It's Blink. So Blink is on the way. Again, this is herO's go-to. The reason why this opener here, herO's so fond of it, is one, it keeps you safe against roach all-ins. Like, if Dark were to go for an all-in himself off of 2 bases, then Blink does finish in time to defend against the all-in. So the early Blink timing can be very beneficial defensively. Likewise, also gives you a lot of map control early on as well. The downside of this opener, of course, is no Forge. No Forge means no upgrades, means your tech and getting to a longer game state is going to be a little bit more stifled. It's a rougher transition to a longer game, as you are set behind upgrade-wise. But you make up for that with earlier aggression. As now the Forge is on the way. Again, a later Forge. Well, Blink is almost done, and once it finishes, herO can move out. He can move out, he can hunt down Overlords, deny creep, and dance with the army. Dark going for his roaches. Roach Warren is placed. The setup gets scouted. So safety Roach Warren out of Dark. Let's go. We didn't see a lot of Roach play in his series against Classic, but now in the forefront against herO. Does mean that if herO were to be aggressive here, and he's about to be, Dark, he has access to roaches to hold, to survive. And here comes herO. Blink is done. He has Blink, he has Oracle support as well. We spoke earlier how Oracle openers, there's a reason why they're the standard, because they're amazing defensively and also offensively as well. Now, the Oracles, they shouldn't be going for the mineral lines. Their goal here is to throw down the Revelations and to set up stasis traps to protect these Stalkers. Stasis traps, pulsar beams as well. Oh. Barely catching a tumor. Again, just supporting those Stalkers. As herO does rotate. There's the stasis. So herO, he has a fallback point. Can pull back to that stasis if he gets overwhelmed. Picking up more tumors. herO going for a Ling one by. Gets a probe. Gets a worker. herO, he rotates once again. Hasn't dealt any major damage yet, and Dark is amassing roaches as we speak. Cutting workers at 56. Building on more roaches, plus on range, roach speed as well. Dark, he might just commit here with that roach-based push with +1. As that's a lot of roaches. Yeah, he's just going. He's just moving out. And Dark, the fourth base is just for Larva. It's going to be denied anyway. He doesn't care. He just sends everything across the map. He's going for the all-in. Stasis goes up. Queen's going to be going down, but Darky doesn't care. And back at home, what do we have to defend? We have 2 shield batteries. There's the recall. Roach is forcing their way in. And Stalkers are exposed. 2, 3, 4 Stalkers going down already. Oracles, they race back home. And can Dark get on top of the economy? As he is getting the surround. Yeah, it comes in from both angles here. Stalkers are falling left and right. And here he's being broken. Yeah, he cannot defend. Not against this many Roaches. Or can he? Oh. Takes down more Stalkers. Behind this, 12 probes do fall. We have to count. And here he holds. Does hold on. Does force back those Roaches. Now, what's most scary here in this defense? Here's a head worker wise. Here he still has a worker lead despite losing 12, which is crazy. Here still has a greater economy. Dark does not have a 4th. Yeah, +1 kicks in. And Dark is being shut down here. Now he's droning up. Now he's trying to transition out of this, trying to macro. But after a failed all-in, he's in a rough position. Hero from here, +2. +2 is on the way. Prism as well to reinforce. Hero setting up for a massive counterattack. Oh boy. And can Dark hold? As Dark is double expanding, so he should be willing to cancel the expansion. Here he gets spotted. Dark is ready. Oh! Stasis goes up. Stasis does go up. Zealous, they find the expansion. Forcing a cancel. Dark, his 5th base is denied. But that's a big reason why he did double expand, to make sure he got at least 1 base. Hatching out the Stalkers. Not bad. Takes down 2. 2 Stalkers going down. Getting a 3rd towards the end. Dark looking for a cancel. And he should be able to. Oh no! That was close, man. It's close. Cancel the Nexus. And Dark is recovering. He's droning up. He's saturating. Hydra production has begun. Devastation bits on the way. And Hero needs a 4th. Needs an expansion. Can he hold on? Storm is done. So one of those things where here he has a high worker count, but he's not mining efficiently. He needs that 4th base. Oh, the Robo's exposed. Dark trying to pull Hero apart. Barely will get the Robo. Robo goes down. Hero out of position. 4th base going to be denied. Very nice pickup. When that's a kill. Oh my god. That should not have happened. That's a kill, not a cancel. And Hero, he's in a rough place. He's pulling back. Force the storm. And Darky's overwhelming. Just overwhelming Hero at this point. Takes out the Prism. High Templar inside as well. Massive pickup. And back at home, Dark, he defends. He survives. And he attacks as well. Takes a massive storm to the face. But Dark, he should be able to break this 3rd. Wasn't able to the first time. But now he's here with Hydras. Now he's here with a greater army. And there's not much less to defend for Hero. We'll bring in more Stalkers. Pulling back, GG gets called, whew, and Dark, he will take game number 1. We'll take a lead in the finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Dark does take a lead, and again, aggression is favored here on herO. Winding it back, if you remember, herO, as we mentioned, has a very short rush distance by ground. It is a rush map, and Dark, in the initial defense, he just ignored the Stalkers, he just went across the map. His 4th base was cancelled. He just sent mass roach across the map. He was able to deal enough damage. More importantly, he made sure that his opponent never got a 4th base of his own. So here he wasn't able to stabilize, wasn't able to build up, and here was shut down. GG. GG, well played. Dark does take a lead, and I do favor Dark on these smaller maps. Maps like herO, maps like Whispers of Gold as well, even El Dorado. But now we're going to be loading into a much larger map of the map pool. Up next, Starchild. Let's go. Starchild is another TLMC map and is quite large. There's a lot of bases, very defendable as well. It reminds me a little bit of Amygdala, where it's a large map, there's a lot of bases, but there are also a lot of rocks. And once you knock down the rocks, it does open the map up and does allow you to be more aggressive, more active. We go. God damn. Esther Dave. Okay, we're getting him. I'm getting ready here. Oh. Just catching up in the chat. Yo, shout out to Maddox as well. Oh, annyeong haseyo. Yo, big shout out to Maddox. Este Maddox. Good to see you, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Pappy. For those that are curious, Maddox, of course, he is, I was going to say a caster, but I guess it's been a while since Maddox has been casting a lot on his channel. Mainly, of course, hosting, I should say translating as well. Maddox out there. Working in esports. Recently did have an interview with Zombie Grub for the GLHF series for GLHF. Do recommend. Big shout to Maddox. Here we go. Now we're getting into game number 2. Again, a much larger map, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Starchild, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg himself leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. Let's go. Welcome once again to another TLMC map. Again, very large, a lot of bases, and likewise very defendable locations as well. We have rocks here protecting the third base. We have rocks in between the bases, creating a very narrow choke point as well, very defendable, and likewise a narrow entrance on the left-hand side as well. Securing yourself and fortifying a 4-base economy, even a 5-base economy, is much easier here on Starchild. So the style of play that we saw from Dark in Game 1 is less effective here on this larger map. This is why I said previously that I do favor Dark on smaller maps like Whispers of Gold, like herO, alongside maps like even Leylines and El Dorado as well. But on these larger maps, that's where herO can get into his own. That's where it's more difficult for Dark to be aggressive, and herO can have more freedom. We go. As I mentioned before, there's a lot of rocks here on the map, and once they get knocked down, then these entry points become a little more accessible, and we can start rotating between the bases and be more active, be more aggressive. The gas steal is denied. Dark, he attempts the gas steal. He wants the gas. Oh, gotta be forced back. herO takes himself, and we're settling in. Again, Dark, early on, he actually attempted a hatch block as well, so that's the purpose of this drone. Hatch block into gas steal. Did fail though, and with that, herO, he holds. Does hold on. Dark going for his own hatch gas pool setup, and we're settling in. Drone blocking the Nexus. It was an attempted hatch block here, which is something that Dark does enjoy doing in this matchup. I'm sure this won't be the first time we see a drone this early on across the map. I'm sure we'll see it again in a future game in this series. So don't you worry, this drone will make a return. He'll be back. So now it is going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate opener out of herO. Takes down the drone. Takes down the worker, and now we can settle in. From here, Dark should be joining up himself, getting a couple of safety links here to keep up with the initial depth. to maintain himself. And we're waiting for the first unit of choice. Stargate is done. Show us what you got. Hup. Oracle opener. It's going to be the Oracle once again out of herO. So it looks to be triple Oracle into a third base, into a standard setup. Last game we saw herO go for earlier Blink, which as we mentioned is going to be favored to be more defensive and a little bit more active on the map. Here I expect a standard Blink timing, a standard Twilight Council with a Forge. I don't really see that aggressive style being as effective on this map either from herO. But we'll see. We'll keep it on herO. As Adepse threaten a Shade, 2 Adepse can one-shot drones. Now pulling back. Oracle's on the way. So far, no major damage. Third base is being taken. The Oracle does slip in. No Spore in position. Gets 1, gets 2 drones. Gets 3 even. Takes a little hold damage. Will escape. Will get away. Meanwhile, Adepts likewise denying mining here at the third. They deny mining. They cancel the Shade. But here he will soon have to get the hell out of here. There we go. Does pull out. Does pull away. And will escape. Should be able to escape here. Dark with his own Ling run by. Attempts to threaten the third, but there is an Adept in position. Likewise, 2 more drone kills. The Oracle gets very low. Whew. Down to 5 HP. Still barely alive. Generating shields, and here's the standard follow-up. Now that the Nexus is almost done, we have the Forge and Twilight Council. This is the more standard +1 in Blink. So this time no early aggression, no early move-outs, like what we saw in herO. On a larger map, standard play instead. As here he does move out with his initial 7 Adepts. With this he can threaten a dive. Oh, does commit! Oh, he's making his way towards the mineral line. Darky pulls away in time. Does pull away. herO not throwing away his Adepts yet. Shays into the third. And here he can get some workers, but not quite. Lings, they are keeping up. The Queens rotate, drones survive. And Adepts will fall. The Oracles are coming from behind though. 2 drones, it's something. Gets up to 4. 4 drone kills for 7 Adepts, not as worth it for herO. Does also mean he's more vulnerable back at home, and here comes the Link counterattack. The Adepts are usually at home to defend, but here they're gone. We have 2 Stalkers, shield batteries on the way, Oracle is in position, is racing back home. And herO should be okay. Should be okay here. Plus on melee. Ooh, I was about to say plus on melee, signifying that we're going to be skipping roaches, and we are. We're going plus on melee into Spire Tech, into Mutas. Let's go. I mean, again, Muta play is more viable on larger maps, just because you're safer for compared to a counterattack. Safer from a counterattack. Revelation gets eyes on the gases, does not get eyes on the tech. So here he doesn't confirm. Doesn't know what's going on. And because it's melee, because it's not roaches, this looks like mass Muta, by the way. It's not, it doesn't look like just Mutas to harass and just to get into a mineral line and just to pick up some workers. No, 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 no. Mass Muta, papi. Let's go. Oracles, they dip in towards the main. They once again do not confirm. They don't get far enough. And the Spire is done. The Spire is completing. Now, here, he did confirm there's no other tech in the main, which is a little bit suspect. We have a cannon on the way at the third, but the main base is exposed. The main is exposed, and Natural's exposed as well. He's not ready for Mutas. Not at all. Does move out to knock down the fourth. Fourth is going to be denied. That's 11 Mutas on the way, and +1 air attack as well. So again, Dark, he's committing to purely Muta, like Muta Ling. Pure Muta Ling. Oracle reveals the Queens. Hunting down Overlords. Gets Revelation here with the Natural. Still has not confirmed the Mutas. Still doesn't know. May spot some of them popping out, but it's too late. Mutas, they get across the map. They're making beeline here for the natural. Cannon's now on the way. Does notice. That's too late. Probes are going to be going down. It does force a recall. The storm isn't ready. 10 probe kills already. And how we go into the main. We head into the main base, getting to 12. Pulling back. Not a single muta has gone down. Very efficient trades. Ooh, but Darky... Okay, we're good. Does pull away. Does pull back, still making more mutas. Mutas are massing up back at home. Dark fully saturating on 4 bases. Droning up. And pulling back. And Dark is still committing here to more muta production. Just purely Ling muta. And it was a good start, but now now herO has Storm. Storm is ready. Storm is ready. He has High Templar in the main. Only 2 High Templar though. Because they hit the natural. They force a big reaction. Gets a revelation off. Not bad. Can keep tabs on these mutas. At the same time, Dark ready for a massive Ling run by at the 3rd. There is stack defense to buy time. Gets another revelation. Mutas are still building up. Getting up to how many? Up to 23. So it'll be 27 mutas. But these storms are still terrifying. There's a first storm. Grabs on the Lings, on the mutas. Ooh. All the High Templar go down. And there's no storms left. Only Stalker. Archons are on the way. More Archons behind this. I mean, here he can fight well. Dark, he cannot fight this head on. As we can see here, against Stalker, Archon, and Storm, Ling muta melts. Oof. They're losing more muta. This is an army designed to counterattack, to harass, not to fight head on. He's forcing herO back. Forcing at least some of his army back home. Here he splits up. Going for the mineral line. Mutas are in position in the main. Mutas are being shut down. Mineral line falls. 11 drone kills. Very nice. 11 workers go down. Mutas are racing back home. But the base will fall. And here he can always recall. He doesn't need to. Yeah, he doesn't need to. He's snowballing out of control. Darky's getting called out. The Archon boys are brutal. GG gets called. He cannot fight head on. And herO, he will tie the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. GG. We have a back and forth. Again, mutas, they do a great job harassing, dipping between bases, but they cannot fight the main army. That cannot happen. We saw Dark just take some massive storms to the face, being zoned away by the Archons. And here he just walked across the map. He just rolled over Dark. GG. GG, well played. Whew. We have a series. Again, it's very difficult to make mass muta work, to be honest. It's very difficult outside of containing your opponents and non-stop harassment into the mineral lines. The hope for Dark is to keep herO at home, right? The hope for Dark is to keep him contained, keep him stuck at home, and make sure herO doesn't counterattack. Because if he does, I mean, we saw what happens. We saw what happens, Fatty. Aye, aye, aye. It was also unfortunate for Dark that here he was already taking into Storm, right? Like if he was going for a Bay into Colossus, into a second Robo as well, then herO would not have pushing power, but he was already working towards Archons and Storm anyway. So here he was already taking in the correct direction and was able to snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Here we go. I was questioning why High Templar instead of Disruptors, now I see why for potential mutas. I mean, High Templar, they have a lot of potential against a lot of competitions. A lot of compositions. High Templar, they struggle more against Roach Ravager-based compositions, if that was what Dark had gone for. But against Lings, mutas, Hydras, against Lurkers as well, High Templar are the go-to. They are the go-to. Against more tanky, more robust armies, that's where units like Immortals and Disruptors, that's where they can shine. Whether it's against Roach Ravager, whether it's against Ultra-based compositions as well, that's where you will need to mix it up. But for now, we're settling in. We are getting into game number 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, tying up the series 1-1, it is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Dark. Here we go. And if you recall, I think someone was saying earlier, like, oh, like, isn't it weird that there's like a drone blocking in the previous game? And we did mention the validation, the vindication, as Dark is going for the hatch block again. 2 games in a row. Again, Dark is very fond of this. He's very fond of this in this matchup in ZVP, setting up for that hatch block. And the problem here is that Dark has a reputation. Here, he's already on patrol in the low ground. He's already ready, and he denies the hatchery. Very nicely done. Again, Dark a little bit predictable here, as it's very common that he goes for the hatch block, and he is denied. With that herO, he freely expands. Whew, okay. So far, so good. Now Dark is going for the gas steal. The probe is in position, again, just like last game. Just like last game, the gas steal was denied. And from here, herO can settle in. Can settle in. And we might see a similar dynamic again next game as well. Or at least herO getting ready for that, I should say. As Dark is going to be zoned away. Back at home, going for his own hatch gas pool setup. And again, Dark and herO, they play against each other so often. So there's a lot of mind games, a lot of metagaming that comes in that gets into play as well. Just because they know how each other play, they know what their tendencies are. That's why herO was already patrolling the low ground as quickly as he was, because he was getting ready for a probe, or for a drone, I should say. Whereas a player like Classic or like Trap may not be as kind of intent on that. May not be as aware. Or MaxPax especially. Like, we've seen Dark be quite successful with that kind of stuff against MaxPax. But that's also because they don't play as often, right? From different regions. As Dark is taking his third, joining on up, saturating his bases. And we can settle in and get into our own setup here. Once again, we are expecting it to be a Stargate opener. Stargate into Oracle, into a third base. And welcome on. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're mixing it up. Void Ray opener instead. Let's go. Void Ray opener here out of herO. And now the purpose of the Void Ray and the advantage that this has as opposed to the Oracle is to hunt down Overlords. To hunt down these Overlords, to keep Dark in the dark and to deny any vision, deny any scouting, and to potentially hide tech. Now, what's important here is that you don't have to. This could be a Void Ray into Oracle, into a third base, into a standard game with +1 and Blink, right? This could still lead into a standard setup, or we could see a second Stargate, we could see a Fleet Beacon into a Tempest Rush, we could see a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, we could see a fast Robo into Archons, into Storm. Like, there's a lot of possibilities here, and the problem for Dark is that he doesn't know. Could be standard, could be something crazy. So here he does supply block Dark by hunting down that Overlord. Big supply block, actually. Meanwhile, earlier Twilight Council, you have my attention. Twilight Council into Forge. Not going to be Glaives. +1 and Blink. This could be +1 in Charge. True. That is another option. As the Oracle does move out. Does move out for some scouting. Getting across the map. Oh. This does go up. There's the army. Meanwhile, it's going to be Lair first out of Dark. Interesting. Lair first. Eva Chamber. Typically, this should be leading into faster Hydra production. We'll see if he does skip his Roach Warren. So he may be skipping Roaches, going straight Ling Hydra. Oh no! Oh, as herO does overextend, massive pickup, Oracle goes down, and herO's in the dark. Even more so than usual. Now, what's most scary here for herO, because of the Void Ray opener, this was not triple Oracle. He does not have additional Oracles to scout, to check, to harass. That's not the case. So scouting is now very limited for herO upon losing that first Oracle. Doesn't know what's going on. We have range on the way. Safety Roach Warren. Getting into range. With this, we should be seeing a bigger commitment into Hydra, into potentially towards Lurker Tech as well. We'll keep an eye on Dark. We'll see if he does cut worker production. As the lair does complete. Is droning. There's that Hydrogen, as I did mention, hidden behind the main. Ooh, and is investing into Roach speed. Okay. Setting up for Roach Hydra. Lanes are being deflected. Robo on the way. Now we're just securing ourselves on either side of the map. Dark's fourth base is delayed here, just now being taken. Expanding away from herO. Anyway, herO committing to a gateway heavy composition. Blink into charge, into +2. Into the Bay, not into Storm this time. Okay. So going for a more old school composition. Now the reason why I say old school composition is because kind of Colossus based openers are very out of fashion nowadays. The reason for this is because of the NG overcharge. I mean, High Templar are that much more robust or much more flexible just because you can just instantly give them energy and they can have Storm real fast and real quick. But as we were mentioning earlier, Storm based openers can struggle against more Roach heavy compositions. And the Roach one was scattered, true. Roach one was spotted. Roach speed did complete, but for now, no Roaches, just purely Ling Hydra. And the first Colossus is in production. So here comes a Colossus. Here he rotates. Does rotate over. Ideally wants to force a cancel or even kill the fourth. There's a lot of progression though, as the hatchery is now done. Darky does notice. Does notice the Stalkers. So far, Darky's keeping up, and he's taking Infestation Bit into Hive into Lurker. So Darky's gearing up towards a longer game state. Army is revealed. Likewise, Prism into the main. Oh! Taking a lot of hits. Flush Transfuse, keeping the Queens alive. And Darky will shut this down. Preserve the Queens will lose 2 drones. Only 2. Overall assault defense here from our Zerg player. But this did distract, and herO, he establishes a 4th. 4th base is getting up. Colossus are amassing. And I assumed that Dark was going to be taken towards Lurkers, but no, he's pushing out herO now, reinforcing with Roaches. Bringing Ling Hydra Roach here. 16 Roaches on the way. Dark, he is going to focus on maxing out. Oh, force a cancel. Dark threatening a flank. herO pulls away. Does spawn all the Hydras. We need more than just Colossus. We need either a second Robo or a Temple Archives here and now. As relying on purely Colossus here is going to be quite difficult to pull off. And there it is. Temple Archives now on the way. He needs that Storm. And herO shouldn't be pushing. He should not be pushing into this. And really, it's Dark that wants to fight more than anything. Dark, he's max, and Dark, he's stuck on a subpar army. He has too many Roaches. Too many Roaches at this point. Does ideally want to get rid of them. Hive is almost done. Dark is set up in such a way that he wants herO to push into his army. Here he is somewhat reciprocating. Out. Does find the Roaches. Dark setting for a surround. Is coming from behind. And here he's getting caught out. Has to fall back. Get in some of the Colossus. Yeah, and a lot of Stalkers do fall as well. Brutal pickoffs. Here he does blink over the wall though. Oh no. Does blink over. Whew. Making use of the terrain. Very clutch. That was almost disastrous. If he hadn't mined through this mineral, if he hadn't mined through that patch, he would have been cornered. He would have just lost everything there. Whew. I mean, he would have escaped with the Stalkers, but not the Colossus. Here he does pull away. Survives. Viper production has begun. No Lurker Den yet. Interesting. Dark, he's still remaxing with Roach Hydra. Roach Hydra Viper. Again, it doesn't have as much sustainability here. It doesn't have as much longevity even. Longevity in this game. It's very aggressive from Dark. And over time, Dark is going to be outscaled. Here comes the Fleet Beacon. Here comes Storm and Sky Toss. Like here, he's just getting further ahead, or he's taking up into a greater army. And this is a very lair tech army for Dark. So I'm concerned. Basically, Dark, he needs to find a fight soon. Like, he needs to engage, he needs to trade, and needs to break a base or the army. Here he comes. Here comes Dark. Storm is done in 10 seconds. Nice Colossus shots here on the Roaches. Nice shots going over the feedbacks. Denies the yoinks. Denies the abduction. There's the first Storm. Despite that, there's still one more yoink. One Colossus goes down. But alas, he's in position. Yeah, Darky will be shut down. Here he defends. He forces back the army. Darky plummets in supply. Remaxing with more Hydras. And now we see the Lurker Den. But this Lurker Den is late. It's a late Lurker Den. More importantly, late Lurker upgrades. This need to have been done sooner. It needs to have been done sooner here. Here he defends. And now he has plenty of Storm, plenty of High Templar. Here pushing in. He's got 4 Storms. Dark coming in for a flank. Hoping to bait out the Storm. Yoinks are coming in. Oh, the feedbacks! Yeah, 1 abduction. Storm on the Hydras. Takes down a Colossus, which is fine. We're done with the Colossus. Yeah, brutal Storm. Storm pops off once again, but that was the final Storm. Yeah, no Storms left. And here he's being chased down. Again, here playing with fire. Calm down, Bobby, calm down. Behind this here, he has 1 High Templar left. 1 Colossus. Mothership's on the way. Dark, he's just now starting his own Lurker upgrades. And he's still a ways off. Oh, going for a massive counterattack. Oh, the goal base is exposed. Not bad. Goal expansion goes down. Here, he's out of position. Completely. That'll be a dead Nexus. So nice run by Hero, nice counterattack by Dark. At the same time, Zealots, they hit the northern base. So Roach is in position. Dark, he should... Oh, actually, he's being overwhelmed. Oh, the Zealots. They get the Roaches, they get the Hydras as well. Not a bad trade for Hero. Likewise, he counterattacks. This base is going to fall. And Dark, he cannot fight the main army, not without Lurkers. There's 7 Lurkers on the way. Dark needs more time. So our must continue. This time they run into Roaches. Hero backs off. I do think there's potential for Hero to push up this ramp, but he does back off, and Lurkers, they have arrived. Whew, we made it. 7 Lurkers. 7 Lurkers for Dark. Vipers are on the way as well. He's got 2 Vipers. Has a couple of abductions. He's getting ready. Lurkers are revealed. Hero rotating around. Running into more Lurkers. He's going to commit. Yeah, Storm with the Lurkers as well. 2, 3 Lurkers going down. Mass feedback. The feedback's happy every single time. He's crazy. Feedbacks, they've been on point. With that Dark, he's maxed. Up to 12 Lurkers. Here comes the slow zone. Spreading out. Massive storm. Lurkers are exposed. And Lurkers on their own. They cannot defend. Yeah, the base falls. And Dark instead going for a massive counterattack. And these Lurkers are all going to go down. Again, they need some kind of buffer. They need support for themselves. As they pull away towards the natural. Another base falling. We're going for the base trade. At this point, we're committing to the base trade here. Dark going for the 4th. And here he abandons. He does abandon the base. He knows he cannot defend. 2 for 2. Hero losing 2 Nexi. Dark losing 2 hatcheries. And there's the recall. Does recall back home. Hero, he's in position. He will shut this down. And Dark's in a rough place. Like Hero, he's on a 3-base economy. So is Dark, but this is hurting Dark that much more. Oh, catching out the Immortals. Oh my god. He gets one. I still favor hero's army. Dark, he's down to how many lurkers? Down to one. One lurker left. That's all that survived. 5 more on the way. Going to be 6 in total. Vipers, they need that energy. We need to avoid the feedback. As every single time here, he's there. Feedbacks the hell out of Dark. So here he's going to be rotating. Here come the Vipers. Oh. And we're hoping to yoink in the Colossus, the Immortals. Whatever Dark can get his hands on. Has the lurkers out of position. There's the cloak. And GG gets called. Yeah, Dark, he's out of position, cannot defend that natural, and herO takes a lead in the series. Whew, GG. herO does take a lead, and this is a very interesting style out of Dark. If you recall, Dark was playing very, in a way, aggressive, and he wanted herO to be more aggressive as well. What I'm getting at is that Dark, he delayed his hive. He, more importantly, delayed lurker tech. He delayed lurker tech for a very long time. He was hyper invested into Roach Hydra. Specifically, he was hoping to fight early on, to collapse on the army, to push towards bases, and he was somewhat successful with that, but he was just outscaled. He was just outscaled over the course of that game, over time. As here, he was able to take up into a greater army, and Dark, he just wasn't able to accomplish enough with that Roach Hydra. Just wasn't able to accomplish enough. It's just a very kind of mid-tier army there. And he, for the most part, was denying the goal base, true, like time and time again, but that's all he was really getting with that. He was hoping to reset the Colossus count. He was hoping to collapse on the Stalkers. But herO, he was so careful with his movements. And yes, herO, he was being active, but he never really committed into a fight, not until at least later on in the game. GG. GG, well played. Whew, just really patient and really careful play at a herO. And with that, herO is 1 game away from claiming the entire tournament. From being this week's KSL champion, we'll see if Dark can bounce back. We shall see. I mean, again, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 5, and this next map bodes well. Here we go. Up next, we're going to be loading into Frostline. Frostline, we've been here before in the previous series between Dark and Classic. This map is large, that is true, but very open, very wide open, very difficult to defend 3rd and 4th base, multiple angles of attack. And we saw Dark have his way with Classic, but to emphasize that as well, if you remember, Classic was trying to be very defensive. Remember, Classic, he was turtling up on 3 bases, trying to turtle on 4 bases as well. He was being much more defensive, which is where he did struggle. I'm curious how herO will adjust his approach. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The blue Zerg down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. That's all I'm hoping for. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. We go. He got kicked out of the Dark. True, true. Won't be for disruptors. Yes, yes. For those that are curious, like bay openers are typically for Colossus. Disruptor openers are that's not much of a thing. We do see disruptors in this match when it comes to, like, the mid game. They do have their place in certain aspects. They are a little bit more niche though, as we kind of mentioned before, against like more Roach Ravager based compositions where that kind of burst damage against units like Roaches are a lot more necessary. But even then, that's not quite what we saw in the previous game. And for now, we're settling in. For now, we are just calming down, settling in. We have our initial opener, Hatch Gas Pool. Likewise, herO going for his own Gate Expand. This time, no drone. This time, there is no drone. This time, there is no attempted hatch block. Dark, it's out of his system. he's done with it. He's done with it. Doesn't go for the hatch block. No gas steal, nothing like that. herO can comfortably settle in. And welcome one all to Frostline. Again, Frostline is one of the larger maps in the map pool, but also a very very vulnerable map as well when it comes to defending on 3 and 4 bases. We saw Classic did struggle, but at the same time, I'm assuming and I'm hoping that herO is going to take a more aggressive approach this time instead, fighting for map control and being the aggressor and forcing Dark to back off. But we'll see. We shall see. Do disruptors have damage upgrades? No, no, they do not. Do not. Looks like you changed the skins, did they? Oh, didn't notice. Here we go. So now we're calming things down. So far we have our Stargate opener. Now last game we did see a Void Ray out of herO. I don't expect a Void Ray here on Frostline. Void Rays have their place, as we did mention, when it comes to denying vision and trying to hide your tech. We'll keep an eye on herO. We'll see. He goes for the Oracle or the Void Ray once again. There it is. Oracle first from our Protoss. So for the Oracle moving out. Looking to gain map control. We can slow things down. We can take a breath back. We take a breath. It was an intense game. It's intense. And again, I'm hoping for a game 5, regardless of how this goes. Hoping for that ace match. Can we bring it home, Dark? Can we bring it home? Let's see, Overlord is going to be chased down. herO setting up for his 3rd. And the last time Dark was here, he did drone up to 3-base saturation. He was hyperfixated on Ling Hydra aggression, if you recall. On Ling Hydra. Was able to tear and pull Classic apart. Now we have 10 more Lings on the way to be secure to potentially counterattack and threaten the 3rd. But I say 10, getting up to 16. Oh my god. Bigger investment here from Dark. And hopefully it pays for itself. Again, this is not an all-in, but ideally this shuts down the initial Adepts and does threaten the 3rd. Slings are moving out. Oracles have arrived. Dark just making a beeline across the map with those Lings. herO, he confirms the 4th. 4th base is spotted. Dark, he does check the triangular 3rd. herO, he expanded linearly instead. Adepts have arrived. And Lings, they're ready. Oh! The Adepts, they come into the shade. But Lings, they're forced to back. They're forced to chase them down. There's going to be how many? There's going to be 6 Adepts here on the map. And Lings are falling. So far here, he was able to shut them down, able to keep up. And that's a pretty rough velocity for Dark. Did delay his own droning for all those Lings, and they get shut down. herO moving out. Threatens to dive. Stark is trying to redrone. Trying to maintain himself. Droning back up to 3-base saturation. We have +1 and Blink on the way. Standard follow-up here out of herO. They head for the main. And they don't find too much here. Dark pulls back. And is going Ling Hydra again. So Eva Chamber into upgrades into Ling Hydra. Dark double expanding. Getting his 4th. And now a 5th base as well. And for now, the early game is relatively passive. I mean, outside of all those dead Lings, of course. But both players are droning. And so, Dark, he shouldn't really be aggressive until he gets his Hydras online. Still waiting for that. Going for +1 range. This is what we saw last time. Range into Hydra range as well. +1 into Hydra range. Into Mass Hydra. Oh. Or we get 6 drones, not bad. 6 workers going down. Good damage. Oracles fall back. And here he wants that 5th. Does want that expansion. He did spot it ahead of time. And Dark should not be able to save this. He's not quite in position. There's a cancel. Very ambitious expansion there from Dark. Zero pulls away. Let's pull back. Trading with the Lings. Trade going for the queens as well. They are exposed. Being dragged off a creep. Dark has to be so careful here, as there's so much dive potential from herO if he sees an opening. Now denying creep. Denying the expansion. Rotating over. Dark taking his 5th towards the top side instead. As herO does back up. He backs off and he's going to rotate. Adepts to defend the bases. And similarly here to Classic, we have a wall of cannons. Wall of cannons, shield batteries, all on the way. Again, this is more necessary on this map than on others, as it is very difficult to defend. So here he's walling up. He's walling up back at home. Storm is on the way. Again, on El Dorado here, he didn't need this kind of setup. It's very map specific. Here he's still being active. Does have the relation. He spots the army rotation here of Dark. He sees, and there's the recall. Does recall back home. Storm is not ready. Uh-oh. Storm is still not ready. Dark, he checks for the 4th. He's got Mass Ling Hydra. He's maxed out. Zelson Depth, they do get across the map. They're trying to force Dark back home, but he's going for the base. He's going for the expansion. herO, he should cancel. Up! Oh, that's a kill! That's a kill, not a cancel. Oracle goes down as well. Rough loss here for herO. And herO, he's struggling. He's struggling to defend. Adepts get cleaned up. Dark defends. Does defend back at home. And Dark, he got what he wanted. Like, his win condition here, deny the 4th. Just deny the 4th base over and over again. Doesn't have to push into the 3rd. That's all Dark needs. Dark, he pulls back. Hive is done. Lurker upgrades are on the way. Taking up into Ling Hydra Lurker. Hydra Swarm as well. And there's a lot of pressure on herO. He's not out of this yet, but he needs to at least maintain map control to allow himself to expand. He needs that 4th. Does need that 4th base. They collapse in. Oh. They threaten us around. Meanwhile, we have how many High Templar? 7. 7 High Templar, each with at least 1 storm. That's a lot of storms. Gets a Lurker. Not bad. Takes down the Lurker. 1 High Templar gets caught out. Brutal pickup. He gets 1, down to 6. The Lurkers, they get picked up one after the other. And Storms, they do a great job just zoning. They zone away the army. Lings are falling one after the other. Oh, there's barely not enough here. The Storms are good, but the Stalker's getting so low. And here he doesn't get on top of the base. He's forced back, forced to rotate. He wants that 5th. He came close. Oh my god. The Storms are brutal. Storms, they pop up. There's what, 2 Storms left. Down to 1. 1 Storm remaining. Nice around. It takes out the Lurkers. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets all 3. There's 1 Lurker left. And Dark, he's barely holding on. But throughout all this, the 4th base. The 4th base is getting up. Here we go. Side defense is on the way. There's a recall, and here he needs to wall up. he needs that side defense. Can he hold? We're blinking away. Here comes Dark's rotation. Making his way over. Nidus Storm is done. He can Nidus into the main. Hero does notice. Hero's keeping up. Keeping up, catching out Immortal as well. Massive pickup. Nidus is on the way. And here he does notice. Does notice the Nidus. Storm popping up. Decent Storm. That's a lot of lurkers. Here he cannot push in. Meanwhile, another Nidus in the center. So Darky can rotate back and forth between these bases. Oh yeah, the high tempo. Oh my god, 3 high tempo go down. Massive pickups. The Archons as well. And miscontrol by herO. And Darky's popping off. He's pulling herO apart. Again, it's so difficult to take a 4th base on this map. Like, Classic found out the hard way, and herO as well. Yeah, welcome to Frostline. It's like, aye, aye, aye. As Darky collapses on the army, takes down the Immortal, just isolates the 4th, and more knock it down. Knock down the 4th base. The Immortals are going down as well. There's nowhere to run. And herO can just never expand. He can never take a 4th on this map. It's not going to happen. Ah. They just keep filing in. They collapse on the High Templar. Mass Cloak. herO, he's holding on. And again, Dark doesn't have to push in. He doesn't have to break the 3rd. Like, we can just calm down. As a reminder, like, the win condition is just deny the 4th. But the Nidus finishes. Mass Nidus in the main. Lurkers, they're going for the production. Stargate's under fire. Takes control of the ramp. And the main base, it's forfeit. It is forfeit at this point. Here we're going to try to push up the ramp into all these lurkers. Ay, ay, ay. More Hydra's piling in. And Dark, he does it. He has broken the main. He's broken herO. Sure, there's some other shit, but they can't do anything. GG gets called, and Dark ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going to the ace match, going to game 5. And I'm most curious as to what map we're going to be loading into. Again, the maps are so influential as to certain play styles, what is favored, what is not. Again, just to reiterate for Frostline, I mean, that's kind of like the tail of Frostline. We very rarely get late game on Frostline because it is so difficult to maintain your 4th base, your 5th base. I want to give praise to herO, though, because he did a great job when it came to his own aggression. Like, his push towards the top side was doing so well, sniping lurkers, sniping Hydras, storms on the lings. Like, he was doing really well for himself. But he didn't break the base, and he was hoping for that. If he had, he could have kept pushing, but Dark defended. And once the defense happened, then Dark, he could once again gain map control and just never allowed herO to sustain himself. Never allowed a 4th base to get up and running. GG. GG, well played. And what is the ace match? We're loading into Ultra Love. Oh boy, the final map of the series, a much smaller map. There's a lot to get into. There's a lot to get into here. Ultra Love, of course, a much smaller map in the map pool. And likewise, a very defendable map as well. We'll get there. We will get there. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. Can he keep it going? Momentum is on his side. It is Dark. Hello. As we're going back to basics here. We didn't see this on Frostline, but we did see this on El Dorado. We saw this on the previous map before that as well. Dark, he's going for the hatch block. He's going for the hatch block here at the natural. We saw that here he was so well at defending against this previously, but this time there's no probe in position and the hatchery is thrown down. The hatch block is upon us. Finally, Dark, he attempted this on Starchild. He attempted this on, was it Leylines? Again, he tried to do this like 2 or 3 games already in the series. Finally, it's upon us, and finally he does force the voice being cool. So this is not an all-in. This is not a rush. Behind this, Dark should be expanding. He's going for the gas. His expansion is denied. herO doing a great job here at punishing Dark and making sure that Dark doesn't take that natural. Spawning pool's now on the way into a delayed expansion from Dark. But again, this is just designed to disrupt the opener. This is designed to delay the economy, delay the natural, forces probes off the mineral line so there's no mining. Just a way to really throw a wrench in the works here for herO's opener. a way to disrupt the Protoss. So make them as there we go, going for the pylon block. You love to see it. Here he blocks the expansion. And ideally will block the other as well. As there we go, Dark will take the unnatural natural, very exposed base. But Dark is double expanding. There we go, the double expand. To afford this, Dark, he delays his his queen. The queen is delayed in favor of 2 hatcheries. Oh boy. So Dark, he's going to be more vulnerable back at home, just because of delayed queen production and delayed lings as well. But here he's trying to stabilize, taking his Nexus. Oh. Drone finally goes down. And we're waiting for hero's tech of choice. Should just be a Stargate. Like every game so far, we've seen a Stargate opener. We have seen hero go Void Ray once. That was on El Dorado. Outside of that, we expect an Oracle. And as we calm things down, we can welcome you all to Ultra Love. Welcome one all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a much smaller map than the map pool. Short rush distance by ground. We have seen a lot of successful all-ins on this map, and I imagine that Dark is going to be more aggressive coming into a smaller map, as he typically is. So aggression is going to be favored. The downside, though, is that even though the map is small and the rush distance is short, the bases are defendable. We have a ramp coming into the natural. There's a ramp coming into the natural, and there is a tower that can be destroyed here at the third as well to completely wall this off. So there's a destructible tower. Likewise, here on the right-hand side, you do have a narrow choke point coming into the third as well. And on top of that, we have these very narrow bridges. Like, there are so many choke points and so many points of elevation as well where you can defend, where you can have a better defense even with a smaller army. So because of that, despite how small the map is and despite how aggressive you can be, if we can survive the early game, then we typically lead into a late game. Like, there's a lot of late game on Ultra Love, or I should say there's a lot of extremes, either really short rushes or ultra long late game. There's more of a map of extremes here. And we'll see which version we get. Go. Oracle does hit the mineral line. No major damage. Just a nice mining. Keeping tabs here on Dark, just making sure the Dark is droning. So far, he is. Is saturating. And we'll see if Dark goes for an early lair, early roaches. If he cuts workers, show us what you got. This hero is being active. Again, it just doesn't take long at all to go from base to base. It's they were right next to each other. Here moving in, he's got his 5 adepts. Shades into the natural. How many links do we have to defend? Ooh, only 8. Dark, he did cut link production. Adepts, they commit. They trade well against the lings, but they want that mineral line. Dark, he pulls away. He respects the adepts. Does pull away. Hero cancels the shade. Does he go for the recall? Nah, he won't be able to. He's going to be cornered. Lings, they collapse in. Oracles, they do find a couple of transferring workers. 3, 4, 5 drones going down. Catching out Lings as well. Nice hold position micro. Gets 8 workers, a good amount of Lings. I say 8 workers, getting up to 10. 10 drones do fall. And behind this, hero transitioning into +1 and blink. Standard follow-up out of hero. The Oracles, they will survive. And he's racing back. And the pressure is now on Dark. He's doing what he can. Surrounds the Zealot. Third base back at home, safe and secure. There's 4 Stalkers in position. Lings, they check. They confirm the Stalkers. Is where there's no like charge follow-up or anything crazy like that. Is going to be Blink Stalker. Dark, he has some droning to do. He has to re-drone, double expanding. Getting a 4th, getting a 5th. Evo Chambers on the way. I would imagine this is for a +1 melee. We'll keep an eye on Dark. See if he goes into range again. Uh-oh. That's no gases at the third base. That's a gateway explosion. 3-base all in. Here he's going for a 3-base all in. He's not set up yet, but that's a lot of gateways on the way. Getting up to 9 gates back at home. And I would imagine setting up for a 10th gateway across the map. We'll see. We shall see. As, yep, here we go. My eyes are on this probe. This probe is looking very suspicious. It's a 10-gate all in. It's a 10-gate 3-base all in here at a herO. He's going to be sending it across the map one way or another. He either breaks a Dark or he dies trying. There's the pylon. And he's committing. Oh boy, and Dark has no roaches. He has no roach horn. It's pure Ling Queen. He's not ready for this. Dark, he's rushing, he's going into Hydras. Hydra has begun. It's not going to be a factor into this defense. Stalker's pushing forward. And we're waiting for reinforcements. We're waiting for the warp in. Oh, the run by though. Nicely done. Darky gets in. He forces a recall. He delays the all in. As here he races back home. The wall was not a herO. Pulling a herO. Because there was no wall, he was forced back home, and Darky's buying time. He's buying time for Hydras. Here comes our proxy. Again, this is the 10th gateway. Shield batteries as well. And now here he has arrived once again. He's back. He is back. Hydrogen is done in a couple of seconds. This is still not going to be easy, though. Still not easy defense. Yeah, Lings are coming from behind, collapsing on the production. On the proxy, here he has to respond. So far, so good. The shield batteries are coming into play. He protects the proxy. Dark getting to Hydra upgrades. Wait, did he? No. I was so confused. I was like, why do I see 2 upgrades? Double hydrogen. Dark, not like this. Let's go. Getting 2 upgrades at a time. I mean, hey, make use of double hydrogen, I guess. Let's go. And Stalkers are pushing in. Yeah, the Lings are just evaporating here. So many Stalkers. How many? 34. 34 Stalkers here. The Hydras are not ready for this at all. There's 7 more Hydras on the way. There's barely any Lings. And behind this here is going to be reinforcing with Zealots. With Charge Lots. And Dark, he's up against the wall here. He's barely keeping his head above water. GG gets called, he gets overwhelmed, and herO, he will claim the series 3-2, becoming this week's KSL 69 champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. herO, he will claim the series. Again, a very spicy build, going for a 3-base all-in, 3-base 10-gate all-in, by the way, with the 10th gateway proxied across the map. And, it was a shaky execution, is what I will say. Dark did a great job at buying time, but at the same time, because Dark had skipped his roaches, he was vulnerable. Specifically, if the Zerg player does cut corners, if they skip their roach one, if they're going Ling Hydra, they are vulnerable to these all-ins. As is an extended period of time where it's purely Ling Queen defense instead of any roaches or ravagers, and with that, Dark had no backbone to his army. He was just being bullied there by herO towards the end. By the time the Hydras arrived, it was too late. It was too little too late. He had bled out too many Lings, and herO did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Whew, herO is going to be our champion, but a shout out to Dark because, hey, you don't make it for a great finals, you don't make for a great 69 without a good partner here. And Dark, he was an amazing partner, did lead all the way to the ace match. It was a very fun back and forth. It was beautiful. It was, it's beautiful, Pappy. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy. Oh, no. Oh, no, Pappy. Oh, no. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here, herO, he will claim it. Again, shout out to Dark, of course, for making it to the finals and for his performance as well. Heading on over here to the bracket, catching up with our players. Bam. Beautiful. We had herO to make it this far. herO, he took down Creator 2-1, took down ByuN 2-0, and took down Dark, of course, in the finals. Dark, he made his way through Bunny and through Classic. Again, if you want to check out the VODs, I do recommend it. We did cover Dark's run in this tournament with his series versus Bunny and Classic as well in the lead up to the finals. It was an amazing performance here, and again, a great finals as well to be had. When it comes to the upper matches, I believe they were covered by Chicken Man and Dave Testa. I believe they were covering the upper matches instead, so they have you covered when it comes to those VODs. Speaking of VODs, if you watch the events or if you see something that you like and if you can't watch it live, then check out our VODs here. Before I get ahead of myself, again, this event is sponsored and funded by the community, !KSL in the chat. and you will get a link to the KSL to the Green StarCraft League Patreon page, so you can help support and fund the Patreon and KSL via Patreon if you wish, only if you wish. Otherwise, watching is all that we ask. And again, this is a regular bi-weekly tournament. Every fortnight, every 2 weeks, we do host the KSL, so we'll be back with number 70 in 2 weeks' time. In 2 weeks' time, so we'll be here on the channel as we are every single time, every single edition. And when it comes to the rest of the broadcast here, when it comes to more StarCraft on the channel, we have more coming. As always, our weekends are especially busy here. This morning, we did cover the OSC King of the Hill. That was an 8-hour cast, by the way. That was crazy Friday night. I believe we wrapped up like 6 or 7 a.m. in the morning. It was insane. I wasn't certain if I was going to be able to wake up in time for KSL, but happy. We're good. We woke up in time, well rested, and we were able to just jump into the KSL. Meanwhile, we have some more casting. This is going to be at 9 p.m. KST. That is going to be in 5 hours. In 5 hours time, we're going to be live with some more StarCraft. We're going to be live with the Bingus World number 26. If you're wondering, Bingus World, what is that? I don't know. I couldn't answer you. But that is a show match series. That is going to be an invitational. I believe 4 players have been invited. Quanta, Honmono, 3-Point, and Rebellion, I believe. 4 players have been invited, and we are going to be going into a big invitational show match featuring StarCraft Evolution. We cast a lot of StarCraft Evolution on this channel. If you're curious, what exactly is StarCraft Evolution? It is a mod in the game which does incorporate Brood War alongside SC2. It's not quite like Starbow. Starbow is a little bit different from back in the day. Starbow was like a hybrid, a kind of amalgamation of SC2 and Brood War. Here it's SC2 versus Brood War. So we have Brood War races, we have SC2 races, and the way that it works, every single match, it does force SC2 versus Brood War. You don't get SC2 versus SC2, you don't get Brood War versus Brood War, you get different races against each other. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's very refreshing as well. It is a very different dynamic, so I do recommend it. It is a breath of fresh air. If you're, maybe just consuming StarCraft 2, it is honestly just a really nice kind of like a really nice addition here to SC2, and is a lot of fun, really enjoyable. We always have a blast covering StarCraft Evolution, and that is going to be our show match in 5 hours time. Then, after that show match, at midnight KST, that is going to be 2 a.m. here in Australia, we are going to be live with the Firegrow Cup. If you're curious, what exactly is the Firegrow Cup? That is a monthly tournament. Every single month, we host the Firegrow Cup. That is a monthly CIS tournament featuring players like Skillus, like Wayne, Nicorect, Shameless, Art, alongside many, many others as well. Young Yako, for example, GG Machine, alongside players like Night Phoenix and Rostock as well. So again, players from the CIS region, they do face off in Firegrow Cup on a monthly basis, and that is a 2-day event. You can't see it on the schedule as you can't see it on the schedule as it does cross over into technically next week, but it's going to be a 2-day event. First day is here Saturday midnight or Sunday morning, and then on Monday as well. So back-to-back broadcasts here. KSL into the SC Evo show match, into Firegrow Cup, into Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup, that is an open tournament in SC2 here on Sunday. A weekly open tournament that is actually funded by the community as well. By the community, for the community. If you are curious, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings and specifically support our tournaments, you can do so via the Patreon. Patreon in the chat, and you will get a link to our Patreon page. Quickly switching over here to our events. We host 3 events on a regular basis. We host Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open as well. It is all funded via the Patreon. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards those tournaments. So if you can help us fund those events, you can do so via Patreon. So thank you. Thank you so much to all of our patrons that do support us there. Otherwise, thank you so much for all the subscribers that we did get today as well. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Again, we're able to do this as often as we do on a daily basis, thanks to all the support we get on Twitch, on YouTube, via donations, on Patreon, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all things CranKy Ducklings. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the support. Big shout out to Pig, big shout out to Jared, of course, did give us a raid earlier today. Big raid, so thank you so much for all those that did stick around from that raid as well. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And again, we cast StarCraft here on a daily basis. As you can see, multiple times a day. We cast more StarCraft than any other channel out there. We got the quantity, and we got a little bit of the quality. A little bit, Pappy, a little bit. So again, just non-stop StarCraft action here more than anyone else. And because of that, if you see something that you like, and if you can't watch it live, check us out on YouTube. Check out our YouTube. YouTube, we do upload on a daily basis. Plenty of content on YouTube. Too much for us to upload all at once. We have a little bit of like a 2-week backlog, but a lot of content. A lot of content on YouTube. A lot of content, a lot of StarCraft, so do check it out if you wish. Otherwise, thank you. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jay, as well. Jay Paralyzed. Always some kind words. Always. Thank you. Thank you. Just catching up in the chat. Whew. Pigpan sends us up. True, true. The pigpan. The bacon. The bacon. Thank you. Thank you. Gracias, gracias. I mean, we're all animals, right? We got the pig, we got the duck, we got the chicken. We're chicken man. True, true. We're all animals. Oh, no. We are catching up. Otherwise, we are wrapping up. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up here for the time being. Like, you're an animal. I am. We have the mushroom ceviche. Este sano. Man, we got to talk about this, man. We got to talk about this. Oh, no. But for now, we're wrapping up. For now, we're going to be wrapping up. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go get some rest. I'm going to try to sleep. It's going to be difficult here. But I might try to get a little bit of sleep here before the next cast. Again, it's going to be a big marathon cast of the show matches into Fire Cup as well. It's going to be a lot of StarCraft, so we'll do our best. We will do our best. Wait, who won? herO. herO won. herO. Hold on. I have to make sure I pay our predictions. Otherwise, if you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft action, then we got you covered. We'll give someone else a raid. Who is live? Who is live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? Just quickly double checking. I see Nina's laddering. See Holly's. Sal is asleep. Este Sal. Still going through his subathon. Animal. Practice X is laddering. Who else? We'll find someone. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. So give them some love, give them some support, give them a chance. Gibbs, baby, Gibbs. What else I see? Jason. And some others. We'll find someone. Otherwise, thanks for watching. And we'll see you guys either in 5 hours time, or we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow for, or whatever we see you with some more StarCraft. I'm sure you'll find us live at some point here on the channel. And we'll see you then. Otherwise, hasta luego. Hasta luego, papi. Ciao, ciao. See you next time.